he says, I'm Tom, and the next picture says, I'm Dick, and then Belafonte, I'm Harry.
Oh, boy.
And I just left you a copy.
It's always interesting.
We good? Good morning, all. I think we're just about ready to start our meeting. If I can get Ms. Cicchetti.
Good morning, everyone. I'll call roll now. Chairman Vasquez,
Present.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Here.
Member Gaines.
Here.
Member Schaefer,
Here.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Here.
We do have a quorum, and the meeting will officially begin. Let me begin with our pledge of allegiance. If we can get everybody to stand, please, those that can. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With that, let me have Ms. Cicchetti. I know you have some announcements you need to make first before we
Yes,
start.
I do. Our order of business announcements. Our first order of business is the informational announcement. First, I would like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. Second, public comment is taken on each item. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on any agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions of the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of the agenda item you wish to make a comment. We recommend this because the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of an agenda item is: 1, the clerk will first identify any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then 2, we will identify any public comments with the AT&T moderator. And lastly, 3, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me just turn to my colleagues. Are there any opening remarks before we begin this meeting today?
Okay.
Yes, Member Gaines.
Yeah, I've got a number of remarks here. If I could, I'll keep it quick. But I just wanted to let you know I passed out an article that was in USA Today related to housing and the value of housing, and that's been a priority of this board. And so I just thought you'd want to take a look at it. But the title is "Why It Pays to Buy a House. Homeowners Become 40 Times Wealthier Than Renters in the Past Decade." So it just tells you, basically kind of lays out the opportunity for developing wealth through home ownership. And it breaks it down by different demographic groups and by different races too, in terms of the amount of equity that they've acquired over time. And so I think it gives us an opportunity to continue that laser focus on housing and how important it is, because you don't want to end up at the end of your, towards the end, your later years in life and just rely on Social Security. You've got this nest egg. If you have the ability even to buy a home that doesn't appreciate one penny, if it's paid off, you have an asset. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then secondly, I wanted to make sure that these folks are really aware of river safety, because we have so much snow in the Sierras this year, 800 plus inches depending on what part of the state. I think Mammoth had over 800 inches. I think Sugar Bowl had close to that up here in, farther north. But it was good for the ski industry. They've had a lot of struggles, in particular with the Caldor fire that wiped out Sierra at Tahoe, the resort. They were down tremendously over the last 2 years, so I'm glad that they had a better year. We've got to be careful with children, because the runoff is not only going to be massive, it's going to be for a long time. They're thinking that the runoff could occur all the way through September, which is unusual, and we always have drownings. Every year we have some drownings along our rivers, so it's going to be all that more important to make sure that children and adults that don't know how to swim have a life preserver on. And then finally, I can't help but comment about the Sacramento Kings, and we've got this great rivalry with the Warriors, and it's 2-2, and Game 5 is tonight, so I'm very excited about that. Go Kings. I've got my purple tie on here today, and I know we have a couple of Warrior fans here, so we may, and Laker fans, so we may hear from them. But thank you.
I appreciate you wearing your purple Laker tie, you know.
We should.
But also, there's a belated birthday. You had a birthday just yesterday. Yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah, thank you. It was a great celebration with family and friends, so thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the information. I'm going to take a look at this. Yeah, because that's one of the things. Matter of fact, I just had a meeting with some of the realtors yesterday on home ownership, you know, because in some communities you're finding a lot of folks, they want the opportunity to buy as opposed to renting the rest of their life. And it's a bit of a challenge, especially in California these days. I believe Member Schaefer has some opening remarks.
Yes. Chair Vasquez, now that the board has freed me from my 3 years as vice chair, I can be my own man. I decided to show you how we Cowboys dress from down south. I'm going to speak later about maybe having an occasional meeting down there so you can meet our population. We have very famous cowboys like John Wayne, and then new guys like me. I also wanted to say we're celebrating Carol Burnett's birthday today. We don't mention what birthday for a lady, but she's an icon. And we're all in mourning today for the loss of Harry Belafonte. I never met Harry Belafonte, but I was personal friends with the Smothers Brothers. And he did a lot of work with the Smothers Brothers. I remember one program where the camera goes and Tommy says, "I'm Tom." And Dick Smothers says, "I'm Dick." And then Belafonte pops up and says, "I'm Harry." Tom, Dick, and Harry. Tom, Dick, and Harry is synonymous for the common man, and that's who we all represent. And, you know, the saying, I don't want every Tom, Dick, and Harry to get into my phone calls or whatever. So I think that's really appropriate that I got up at 2 o'clock this morning and went on my little internet and watched the Tom, Dick, and Harry singing songs about peace and about liberty. They had a great grouping friendship over many, many, many years. And we lost him yesterday at age 96, one of the great entertainers. In fact, he was the first recording artist to have a single of any race of over 1 million records. He came out of a poor family in Harlem and went right to the top and did so much, not just for America, but for the world. And I want to pause for a moment for Harry Belafonte. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, let me turn to my vice chair. I believe she has some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to recognize that the recognition of Armenian Genocide Day during this week, and I know that all of us here have a very powerful and engaged population of the Armenian community within our districts. And I think that as we look at the lessons learned from the Holocaust, the Armenian genocide, the internment of Japanese Americans in our own country, and other conflicts that have gone on, there are many lessons, not just for the current time, but also for the future, when we'll have a more complicated political landscape internationally due to climate change and climate refugees who are already on the move around the globe, and conflicts that are spurred on by climate destruction. So we have a pretty big to-do list in terms of humanity, and a lot to work through. And I think that in California, our diversity is our strength, and we're very lucky to have a diverse population here, and to really be, I hope, a good example for the world community to look to.
Thank you. I understand our Deputy Controller also has some opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning to everyone here and those viewing online. I would be remiss to not mention the celebration of Earth Day, which was recognized over the weekend. Many are calling it Earth Week now, 2023, and it was 53 years ago that millions of people gathered to celebrate the first Earth Day. Challenged with polluted cities, contaminated rivers, a dwindling wildlife population, ordinary citizens came together and gave birth to a new movement, mobilizing in our streets, parks, and college campuses, standing up, speaking out, and fighting for a change and a bold commitment to leave a healthier planet for the next generation and beyond. The first Earth Day helped shape the way we interact with the natural world around us, which inspired the creation of the Environmental Protection Agency and the passage of landmark legislation, including the Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, and the Endangered Species Act. Today, as our planet faces new challenges, we must recapture that incredible spirit and continue to build on the progress made in over a half century since, as we confront one of the greatest tests of our time, the climate change crisis. The climate change crisis, the effects are already prevalent. Firefighters are braving longer wildfire seasons. Farmers are bearing the loss of valuable crops. Sea levels are steadily rising. And our children and most vulnerable populations, those meant from low-income communities and communities of color, often bear the brunt of pollution and unfortunately experience a wide range of climate-related health effects. I understand that no one state or country can solve this crisis alone, but here in California, we have taken up the call to action, becoming a global leader while in combating the climate change crisis while strengthening our economy. The efforts to achieve carbon neutrality, expand on clean transportation, and implement nature-based climate solutions are well underway. In this past decade alone, California has planted more than 20 million trees, conserved more than 891,000 acres of land, and invested in climate-resilient infrastructure. So as caretakers of our planet, the decisions we make today and in the years ahead will have a profound impact on humankind and the world we leave behind. We must each do our part. Let's ensure that we do not pass a world beyond repair to our children and grandchildren. So to all communities across California, the United States, and the world, let's come together as one people who share one beautiful planet, and let us recommit ourselves to creating a healthier, more sustainable, and greener earth for all. Thank you, Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you, and thank you for that reminder. I was reminded when you mentioned that I had the opportunity to actually go up here to Yosemite in the early 90s as a council member, where we started actually our local government commission here in Sacramento. We kicked off the first, the Iwani, they call it the Iwani Principles, but now I guess the Iwani has changed the name, but it was real enlightening. And you're right, California's always been on the cutting edge. And then at that same year, we had an opportunity to go out to Toronto, where they kicked off, I guess, the beginning of this World Summit to talk about global warming. And then that kind of kicked off the one that took place in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, which now you're trying to get as most, especially the high-powered developed countries, because, you know, without them engaging, you know, we could do a great job, but, you know, you're right, it's such a global issue. You know, we could do the best, but if the others are not participating, you're kind of spinning your wheels. So, yeah, we have to be reminded of that. Thank you all for your opening remarks. With that, let me turn it back to Ms. Cicchetti and call the first item of the day.
All righty. The first item on today's agenda is item 1, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the State Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot take action on items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public consideration for future meetings. When giving your public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The clerk will notify the chair when the time has expired. All righty, first, I'll let you know that on this item, I do not have anyone in the audience who would like to make a public comment. So I'm going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a comment on this item?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. If you would like to provide public comment, please press 10 at this time. And we have a comment from Carol Adia. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm talking about Proposition 19 and SCA 4. Proposition 19, euphemistically known as the death tax, was a deceptive and poorly authored proposition that reversed 35 years of fair and reasonable taxation of real property. Since 1975, Californians had been able to transfer their real property, which is their place of residence, to their children or grandchildren without triggering a change of ownership. After a very narrow victory based largely on the deceptively written bill, the exclusion of change of ownership was removed. Now, the only way inheritors can keep the same tax base is to move into the inherited property within 1 year of the parents' or grandparents' death. 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to have inherited the house I grew up in from my parents. Because it was already 44 years old, I spent a substantial amount of money upgrading it before renting it. Because the property tax is reasonable, I'm able to keep the rent well below market rate. My tenants are happy, and there's minimal turnover. If the property tax were to go up, I would probably have to double or triple the rent, and I'm sure the young people living there would leave. California, I looked this up, has more homelessness than any other state in the country. What a terrible dishonor for our state. Raising the tax rate on real property will only increase homelessness, as property owners will be forced to raise their rents and tenants of moderate means will have to move. Increased homelessness may also lead to higher crime rates. Please vote to move SCA 4 to the ballot in 2024 to return sanity and equity to this beautiful state. Respectfully submitted, Carol Atia. 775 Oaks Boulevard, San Leandro, California, 94577. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you for your comments.
Moderator?
And we
is there
have Oh, I apologize. We have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. I want to make a statement here. We have received some written comments on SCA 4, but we are going to hear them later on in the afternoon. I will read them into the record later on when we are actually taking up that item. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we have written comments, and anyone who submitted a written comment, we will identify them during the correct item,
Thank you.
to let you know. All righty. So we're going to go to the next item on the agenda. The consent agenda, item 2, adoption of the March 22, 2023 board meeting minutes. The meeting minutes for the March 22nd, 2023 board meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration and adoption.
Is there any comments, questions, concerns? Seeing and hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve. It's been moved by our vice chair. And second by Mr. Gaines. We don't have any written comments on this, do we?
No, I was just going to say, we have no one in the audience at this moment, no written comments, but we're going to go out to the AT&T moderator.
Okay.
AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
If you would like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we do have a comment from Robert Garcia. Please go ahead.
Hello. This is in regards to Proposition 19. Just recently, my mother had passed, and so this chain of events has really done a number to the family. There's just a lot of things that Proposition 19 did, and it seemed that a lot of it was misinformation. They said it was for wildfires, to fight wildfires, and people voted for these things. And it just seemed like very unfair and bad timing for all of this to happen when everybody's still out here dealing with, COVID-19. Around that time, I've attended numerous funerals, especially my mother's. Everyone has their own issues with their own homes, right? Not to mention the disabled, right? People that are not informed, the elderly, people who are going through their own struggles, and at the same time have to deal with things like this. Like I said, every home has their own situations that we have to deal with. You have unresponsive co-owners, right? Family members that are also going through their own stuff, who are also either hospitalized or have not been able to get to their lawyers or even have the money to pay for lawyers to go forward with any of this stuff. There's situations where there's unmaintained units where you cannot just go ahead and put people in there because there's either mold or there's siding, there's things that are not up to par. And then there's rent control, right? People have, been paying, pennies on a dollar to where now we have to go ahead and pay these high taxes like the lady before me mentioned, right? So it's not sustainable. Proposition 19 is not sustainable, especially, for people that live here in San Francisco, because it's with the rent control and different things, it doesn't work. And not to mention that there's a bit of discrimination going here, because why is it that only veterans, disabled veterans, are able to claim an exemption, right? I have a disabled sister, right? So there's discrimination that's going on here, and there's people that still were not, were not informed, or just barely getting the information just now, because they're totally, like I said, they're either elderly, disabled, have no means, of getting this information, and it goes on and on.
Mr. Garcia, your time has expired. Excuse me, Mr. Garcia? Your time has expired. Thank you very much for your comment.
And Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, this speaker appears to be talking on the wrong item. I think he was just late getting on public comments on matters not the agenda. So with your permission, board members, we'll go ahead and treat it as kind of a late public comments on matters not on the agenda.
I'm good with that. I was just going to mention, I figured he probably was sitting on the line, didn't realize.
Yeah, and
that it was
there's
over.
there's the delay, so I think that's a reasonable way to consider it. With that, we'll go on to item number 2. We'll continue with item number 2. Thank you, board members.
Thank you. With
Could
that,
we-
there's no other, I don't think there's any other comments on this.
Well,
right?
let's find out. AT&T moderators or anyone else on the line who wants to make a comment on this item, on the minutes?
We do have another comment. We have one from Lori Shikuni. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Honorable Board. I want to follow up on Mr. Garcia's comment on matters not on the agenda.
Ms.
I
Chacuni?
want to, yes,
Okay, we will
Yes.
let you continue. I apologize.
thank you very much. It is related to the SCA-4 issue that is in the agenda, but since for continuity, for Mr. Garcia, I would like to just further elaborate on the matters not on the agenda category, because it relates to the penalties and the way that the Prop 19 law is structured. So I was really glad to hear that the board started with, the Tom, Dick, and Harry, and honoring Harry Belafonte, because I was really glad to hear that the board is there for the ordinary man. And I know that you don't want to cause impositions on people who are elderly and who are low income. And I want to speak as a lawyer. I am Mr. Garcia's lawyer, but I've also represented Californians primarily in the Bay Area, but I started in Oakland and I was representing really, really poor homeowners after the Loma Prieta earthquake. And I saw firsthand how property tax requirements can really pose a burden on people who do not have as much access to the legal system. For elderly people and for low-income minority people, these laws that are passed can catch people off guard, because I personally witnessed one woman almost losing her home because of a property tax issue, because she wasn't represented and she wasn't paying attention. But I want to point out one specific thing that's not specifically on the agenda, but it's the strict deadline for the 1-year filing of the homeowner's exemption. And so this is one of the things that Mr. Garcia was alluding to, because now prospectively you could get the property tax relief if you don't file within the 1-year period. But the requirement for like the back taxes having to be filed if you miss the 1-year deadline will really catch people off guard and will pose a big problem to people, because for people who were responsible citizens and bought homes a long time ago and the property tax has really gone up, if when the inheritors finally figure out that they have to file something saying that they've moved in within 1 year, the back taxes could really accrue. And so what I want to address that's not on the agenda is the penalty period for not filing within 1 year from the time that somebody passes. I propose that because of
Ms.
COVID.
Chacuni, your time has expired. Your 3-minute time has
Okay,
expired.
I'm
Thank you
sorry.
for your comment.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment on item 2?
We do have another public comment. We have one from Gina Selui. Please go ahead.
Hi there. If you can hear me, I'm going to add on to what the last speaker said. They say probate takes about 18 months on average to settle. So I do feel bad for these people, and I'm kind of going back to SCA4 public comment period. And what I want to say is if we can't pay, we can't stay. So for Californians, we must support SCA4. If we don't want wards of the state, we must reinstate 58, Proposition 13 for children and grandchildren. Anyone interested, please follow us at the website forcalifornians.com, and that's FOR and Californians with an S.com. Please call in May 10th to the Senate Governance and Finance Committee or go to Sacramento to show support. So you can find all this information at forcalifornians.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item 2?
We have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. All righty, so let's see here. We have a motion by Ms. Lieber, seconded by Mr. Gaines, to move and adopt the board minutes from the March 22nd, 2023 board meeting as presented. All righty, we are going to go to the next item.
We're going to take a vote.
Excuse me. Yes, I guess we do. I apologize. I just want to move along here. Let's see here. Mr. Vasquez.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. With that, we can move forward. Oh, wait, I think there's
Mr. Chair, just a question for staff and a point of clarification. The time when the item that contains SCA 4 is estimated to come up is 3 o'clock today, is that?
But we are actually taking that item out of order. The chair's office has scheduled the speakers at 1 o'clock, so as soon as we return from lunch at 1, we will begin the 3 bills that you wanted to present as the board. And SCA 4 is one of those items, so I believe we could estimate sometime in the afternoon.
So as we may have other folks who are just tuning in now, SCA 4 would not come up as an item until at least 1 o'clock.
At least 1 o'clock this afternoon, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
good point. Yeah, we were trying to be flexible because many of these speakers are in session.
Could I just
Yes,
comment?
go ahead,
Thank you.
Member Gaines.
And thank you for that clarification, Member Lieber, so that constituents know when they have an opportunity to speak. And I just want to speak in general to the comments, and I think we're all sympathetic to the challenges with Prop 19 and looking forward to addressing the issue in more depth later in our agenda. But I thought the comments made by Mr. Garcia and others were really appropriate and things that we need to hear. And we heard a lot of this early on after the bill passed, but it's still creating problems. You know, every time there's a death in the family, there's another challenge. And I think that the authors probably didn't realize what the impact would be across the demographic, you know, from people that the only asset they have may be a house, and now we're impacting that. And it goes up through the socioeconomic spectrum, but I don't think they anticipated how many people were hurting that are just trying to
Sorry to interrupt,
get by.
Member
So,
Gaines,
thank
but
you.
be careful. This is a public comment on matters not on the agenda, so technically
Okay.
the board members shouldn't be addressing this. I would like to remind you, as you know, if you'd like to put this as a future agenda item, that would be an appropriate place to make comments on it.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Chikedia, we can go on to the next item.
To the next item. The next item on the agenda is tax program matters. Item 3, public hearing for property tax state assessees presentations on the valuation of state assessed properties. The board will hear state assessees presentations on the valuation of state assessed properties. This item will be presented by Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. I am here to introduce the state assessees' presentations on the valuation of state assessed properties. Under Property Tax Rule 903, the board provides state assessees with the opportunity to make public presentations regarding the valuation of their unitary property. Today is the second of 2 opportunities following the other opportunity at the February meeting, where state assessees may come before the board and make presentations regarding matters affecting their annual valuation. These presentations are informational and do not require any board action. I am not aware of any state assessees that are planning on making a presentation today. However, I will note that the State Assessed Properties Division staff have met with state assessees already this year, met with several state assessees already this year to discuss specific matters related to their valuations, and we will continue to make ourselves available to any state assessee that would like to meet with us. That concludes my presentation for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned in your opening remarks, and I don't see anybody, but we don't have any state assessees present, which I guess speaks volumes to your work and staff, because I understand you were able to reach out and hear those that did want to come forward.
Yes.
Let's appreciate that. Any
Thank you.
comments? I know there's no action on this one, but it's more of an information item.
Yeah, I just would echo your comments that if we're able to effectively speak to these applicants and they don't have to appear in a public hearing, we've resolved the issue. That speaks well, I think, of what you're doing, Mr. McCool and your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're going to identify that there is no persons in the audience who wanted to come forward to make a public comment on this item. We're going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item 3?
If you would like to make a public comment regarding item 3, please press 1 then 0 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you. And I have no written comments on this item. So
Okay.
we're going to move forward.
Move forward.
To the
Thank you,
next
Ms.
item.
Chicken.
Our next item is tax program matters. Item 4, property tax program, non-appearance matters, land escaped assessment changes.
I think it's item 5, right?
Item 4 is the land escaped assessment changes. Adopt escaped assessments of property of state assessees as recommended by staff. T-Mobile West LLC, doing business as T-Mobile, 2748. Mr. McCool will present the item for your consideration. These matters are constitutional functions. Therefore, Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. Mr. McCool?
Thank you. Good morning again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, State Assessed Properties Division. I'm here this morning to present a change to the land escape assessments the board adopted at last month's meeting. Last month, the board adopted land escape assessments for several state assessees, including T-Mobile West LLC. Our normal process for adding property that has escaped or missed assessment is to provide each assessee with a 30-day notice of our intention to add the escaped values to our next assessment roll unless they can provide information that the assessment is not warranted. In this matter, T-Mobile did not provide any information during that 30-day window. However, after the 30-day window, but shortly before the March board meeting, the assessee did provide staff with information contesting the need for an escaped assessment for 2 of the 3 years adopted by the board. Our staff verified the information, and we agree that there should not have been an escaped assessment for those 2 years. This agenda item would make this correction by removing the 2020 and 2021 land escape assessments for T-Mobile, assessing number 2748, adopted by the board at the March 22nd, 2023 board meeting. I'm available to answer any questions, and I ask for your adoption of this item. Thank you.
Seeing no hands on this issue, I just wanted to thank you and specifically for being a little proactive on this measure and moving it forward. And if there's no comments or questions, I'd like to move the staff's recommendation. It's been moved and second. Do we have any written comments on this?
I was going to say, we have no one in the audience. Just make a record of that. We have no one in the audience who wants to make a public comment regarding this item. Let's go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item 4?
If you would like to make a public comment regarding item 4, please press 10 at this time. And we do have one person queuing up. It'll be one moment, please, while we gather their name. And we have a comment from Ariella Darlington. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for letting me have the opportunity to ask a question. This question is for Mr. McCool, actually. I was wondering if I was somebody who was interested in obtaining more information about some questions I had and information I found about property taxes and my neighbor. I was wondering if he had some contact info I could maybe follow up with him about. But I don't know if I can give my number, but
Yes,
that's-
thank you for the question.
okay.
My best recommendation would be to access our BOE website, boe.ca.gov. We have a list of contact information for property tax questions available on our website. Unfortunately, I don't remember our mainline phone number at the moment, but that can also be found on our website as well.
Perfect. I'll explore that further. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody else? Or
No,
is
we're
that-
going to find out. Yep. 18-2
We
moderator.
have no further
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We have no written comments regarding this item. So let's see here. We have Mr. Vasquez making the motion. Ms. Lieber is seconding. The motion is to adopt the land escape assessment changes as presented by the staff. Chair Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
Thank you. That's unanimous of those present that are allowed to vote on this.
Perfect. We'll go to the next item then.
Yes.
The next item is tax program matters. Item 5, property tax program, non-appearance matters, board role changes. Adopt changes to values of state-assessed properties as recommended by staff. A, 2022 board role of state-assessed property. B, 2021 and 2022 board role of private railroad cars. Mr. McCool will present these items for your consideration. These matters are constitutional functions, therefore Deputy Controller Emron may not participate in accordance with Government Code Section 7.9. Mr. McCool?
Thank you. Good morning once again, Chair Vasquez and honorable members. Jack McCool, State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code 4876 allows for correction of errors on the state assessed roll, while Section 11426 allows for correction of assessment errors on the private railroad car roll. I'm here to present roll changes for 2 state assessees and 1 private railroad car assessee for the board's consideration. The first state assessee roll change is to correct a staff error on the assessee's 2022 unitary appraisal. In this matter, the assessee contacted our staff to report an error they identified in the appraisal. Our staff has since verified, and we are in agreement with the assessee that an error occurred and should be corrected. The second state assessee roll change is the result of a staff error during our allocation process. In this matter, the value of the company's unitary property was allocated to the wrong county. This roll change would simply correct that error. The private railroad car change is to correct an assessee reporting error. In this matter, the assessee contacted our office after realizing they had incorrectly included rail cars leased to a different entity on their own property statement reporting for years 2021 and 2022. The assessee provided revised reporting statements, which our staff have reviewed. This roll change would correct the assessee's reporting error. I'm available to answer any questions, and I ask for your adoption on these items. Thank you.
Members, I think Vice Chair might have I don't know if it's a question or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the changes to the values of state assessed properties as staff has recommended.
It's been moved by our vice chair and second by member Gaines. We don't have any written comments on this, do we?
Let's see here, we have no written comments, we have no one in the audience, but let's go out to the moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item 5?
If you would like to make a public comment regarding item 5, please press 10 at this time. And we have no comments.
All right, we have Ms. Lieber is making the motion with Mr. Gaines seconding. The motion is to adopt the board role changes as presented by staff. Chairman Vasquez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye.
Member Schaefer.
Aye.
So that's unanimous. Those present who are allowed to vote. With that,
you.
I believe you might be finished.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Cicchetti, what's the next item? on
Okay,
there?
the next item is Executive Director Reports. Item 6, the Executive Director's Report, report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational issues. This matter is being presented by Ms. Stowers.
Good morning. Was it
Good morning.
10:30? Okay, good morning. I'm Yvette Stowers, your Executive Director. Members, for today's report, I will provide an update on the 2023 Spring Bay Area Assessors Association Management Conference, status on planning for the 2023 annual meeting of the Board and County Assessors, and an introduction of a new team member to the Executive Office. Starting with the conference. As we all know, the conference is being held this week. Mr. Young from the Property Tax Department was in attendance yesterday. So was various board members and their staff, and myself. This conference provides an excellent opportunity for more collaboration and opportunity to discuss emerging issues. One of the issues that we discussed on our side conversation was Proposition 8. That's when property owners are seeing a decline in their value, and they may reach out to the assessors and ask for the property to be reevaluated at a lower value, and that's a temporary reduction. I believe that's something that we should put on our agenda and invite the assessors to talk about it. Also, they had a very good agenda, at least for the day that I was there, and today as well. Some of the topics included the keynote speaker from Sonoma County wine growers, who really focused on how they are changing farming industry and being sustainable and climate change, and indirectly reference Prop 19 because the goal is to keep these family farms from generation to generation. Prop 19 is probably something that we want to have another conversation about. They also had a speaker who does, his company accumulates a lot of information on different land values on a national level.
Did you see that
And what
picture?
I found really interesting was that he talked about how when it comes to corporate spaces, office spaces, retail spaces, and multifamily, how that is changing. A lot of it's obvious due to COVID-19, and we're now more of a remote type of a business. So there's a lot of vacant office spaces, and he also talked about these retail malls, and unless you're like an AA mall, your likelihood of sustaining is not very good. But they do have a lot of excess land, especially their parking lots, that can be repurposed into some housing, and then the retail mall being more of a mixed use. You still have your mall, but for a smaller space, smaller scale, and then having other business within it. So that's something that I'm sure the assessors and all of us will be looking at in the future. Okay, that's the conference. So, as you know, we do have a statewide oversight over California property tax system. As part of that oversight, I'm happy to report that it's time to start planning for our annual meeting with the county assessors. We're currently looking at meeting with the assessors at the second day of the September board meeting in Sacramento. So that will be September 27th. Just need to finalize the detail with the county assessors, but most likely that will be the date with the chair's approval, and we'll present it back to the board at the May meeting to finalize the date, and then we would send out the invitation to the assessors. My next item is something that I'm very happy to talk about, is to say I finally have an executive assistant. It's been a while since the executive assistant decided to retire, so we had to go through the hiring process, and it took some time, but I'm pleased to announce that Ms. Jessica Hayes has joined the executive office. Jessica, can you please stand? That's Jessica. I want you guys to put a face to the name. You're probably, I know some of you've already received emails from her, whether it was to you directly or to your staff, but she's here, and I'm just so happy to have her. She comes from the State Controller's Office. She has extensive experience supporting other controllers and deputy controllers, including Mr. Imran, and he's probably upset with me for stealing her. But she also supported me back in the day, too, so. Finally, with today being Administrative Professional Day, I would like to recognize and celebrate the great work of all of the administrative professionals. And for me, and for everyone in the BOE, it's just not those who have the title of administrative assistant. It is those who are behind the scene and supporting the organization and making sure that we are carrying out our constitutional and statutory functions. So let's start with Jessica. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge Yvette Butler, not Stowers, but Butler, who is it's assigned to the executive office. She's an analyst, but she really filled in the gap while we went through this recruitment process. So thank you, Yvette, for all of your support and work over this time period. Now let's go to our legal department. There's Maria Aguilera and Kevin Ignacio. They support our legal department. We have our attorneys who are great, but these two individuals are making sure that the legal department stay on task. And then for my taxpayer rights advocates office, we see Lisa all the time, but there's someone behind the scene. You would think that Lisa needs support, but she does from Anita. So Anita, thank you very much. For my board proceedings and support services, the outstanding individuals are Michelle B., Janae Christopher, Charlie, Amy, Dennis, Melinda, Rose, Indu, Jill, Aaron, I see you. He's behind the door. And Diane. For my state assessed property division, the superstars are Stephanie. And Stephanie's been around a long time. I miss seeing you, Stephanie. John, Colin, Jeanette. From the county assessed property division, the outstanding superstars are Joyce, Danny, Louise, Crystal, Cara, Sunny, Michelle, Autumn, Kiko, and Jennifer. A lot of names. They have a significant role, whether they are reviewing and processing the requests for extensions to complete the roles, or they're the individuals that are up front for the surveys. They play a critical role in keeping this system moving forward. So members, join me in welcoming Jessica to the BOE and celebrating all of BOE's outstanding administrative professionals. That concludes my report for item 6. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you for those introductions. We've had the opportunity to meet some, especially the ones that are here in the boardroom at most of our meetings. Wanted to thank them for all their support. And then those that we don't see, and welcome Jessica to the team.
All righty.
Ms.
We're going to go to the next item. The next item on the agenda is the Executive Director's Report, Item 7, Extension of Time to Complete Local Assessment Role, presented by Ms. Stowers.
Members, Revenue and Taxation Code 616 requires the county assessors to annually complete their local assessment role by July 1st. Section 155 provides the board or its executive director the opportunity to extend the timeline by 30 days. The time may also be extended by additional 10 days in the case of calamity. Section 155 also requires the executive director to inform the board of any such extensions at its next regular meeting. This report is to inform you that the Mendocino County Assessor has requested and been granted a 30-day extension for completing their 2023 local assessment role. Members, that concludes my report for item 7, and I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Seeing no hands or comments. Oh, Mr. Gaines, go ahead.
Mr. Gaines.
I'm just reviewing our annual report.
Okay, that's
That's
coming
the
up
next,
next.
that's the next
Coming up
one.
next.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, so that's-
All righty, let me introduce it then. The next item is the Executive Director's Report, Item 8, BOE Annual Report Overview, presented by Ms. Stowers.
I hope my glasses are working. Okay, the annual report, here we go. Members, as you know, we recently published the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual report. Today, I will provide a brief overview of this report and also be available to answer any questions that you may have. Members, I do believe you all received at least 1 or 2 copies of the annual report, and that report is also available on our website, BOE, www.boe.ca.gov. Going to slide 2. The BOE reports annually to the governor as required by Government Code Section 15616. The report provides a lot of data on what we have done as far as assessed values and exemptions. This data is also available on our open data portal. The data includes, like I said, values for state assessed properties and value for local assessed real and personal property. And this is for each county and each incorporated city or town. In addition, the report is available. The report and available on our portal provides various data sets about the alcohol beverage tax and the tax on insurance that we co-administer. Okay, let's get into the numbers since I'm an accountant. Right into the numbers. Slide 3. On this slide, you will see a bar graph illustrating the growth of the net assessed value of state and county assessed property. For 2021, the 2021-22, the total assessed value net of exemption was 7.8 trillion, which includes 7.6 trillion for county assessed properties and 133.9 billion for state assessed properties. County assessed property, county assessors. State assessed property, Jack and T. This is an increase, just if you're curious, from looking from 2013 to 2022, this is an increase of 3.2 trillion. Going to slide 4. On this slide, as seen here, and also on page 13 of the annual report, is a table of qualifying exemptions for the 2022-23 roll year. The largest exemption amount is for charitable nonprofits of $144.5 billion, and the lowest is the lowest is for the low value property category of 102 million. The total is overall is 315 billion. Before we go to the next slide, are there any questions on this one? Or would you guys prefer to wait to the end?
Just real, well, now that you bring it up, just one real quick on that. As you're mentioning, the qualifying exemption here on number 4, which approximately, I was wondering what the percentage of the 144 billion is in charitable nonprofits exemptions for low-income housing. Do we know that?
That's a very good question, Chair Vasquez. Unfortunately, we can't really give you
Break
an
it out.
estimate on that, as we discussed. Previously, when that's all of the exemptions for charitable, which will include low-income housing. As of right now, the assessors are not required to report out that detailed information. And although some may be tracking it internally, like I know at least 2 counties are tracking it, all the 58 are not. And to ask them to track it and then report back to us will basically require a law change, and it would definitely require them to make changes within their system, a technology change. So I understand the need to want to see it so that we can have more accountability on what this the welfare exemption for local housing is doing, so that as different laws are introduced, we can say the fact. But unfortunately, we just don't have it.
Is it something that could happen in the future?
I think if some legislator wanted to introduce legislation, or if this board wanted to sponsor legislation, it could happen in the future, but understanding that it will require more of a mandate on the counties, meaning that mandate means state mandate, meaning that the state will have to pay for it.
Not an unfunded mandate, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, slide 5. This slide is also on page 15 of the report. And this is a table summarizing the general county property tax revenue. For fiscal year 2021-22, a total of $83.1 billion in total local property tax revenue was generated. This is an additional $3.2 billion, or a 4% increase in property tax revenue from last year. Schools received approximately $44.6 billion in local government. Local government, such as counties, receive approximately $11.7 billion, and cities receive approximately $10.4 billion, and others, such as special districts, receive $16.3 billion. We'll pause here and say this revenue, when people say, well, and it's something that bugged me yesterday, what did the assessors do? What did BOE do? This is what we do. It's this revenue right here. This revenue going to local government. The assessors are in charge with determining the value, but our role is oversight to make sure that it's fair and equitable. So this is what we do. Okay. Moving on. Slide 6. Property tax dollar breakdown. This relates to the previous slide. This is a simple illustration breaking down the property tax dollar. Approximately 53.7 cents of every dollar goes to schools. 14.1 cent of every dollar goes to counties, and 12.5 cents of every dollar goes to cities, and 19.7 cents goes to other local governments such as special districts. Slide 7. This is our revenue summary, and it's also on page 16 of the report. This table summarizes the total revenue related to BOE tax programs compared to the prior year. The table also indicate where the revenue goes to the state general fund. You will notice that All 5 programs have had an increase from year to year between 4 to 12%. So that's county assessed property tax revenue, tax on insurer, state assessed property tax, alcohol beverage tax, and private railroad car tax. Slide 8. Supporting our communities. This graph illustrates how the BOE support our communities. For fiscal year 2021-2022, we are proud to report that a total of $88.6 billion in fiscal contribution supports state and local governments. $3.3 billion goes to the state general fund, with revenue from tax on insurer at $2.9 billion, the alcohol beverage tax at $429 million, and the private railroad car tax at $9.8 million. $85.3 billion goes to our local government, with $83.1 billion from county assessed property taxes and $2.2 billion from state assessed property taxes. Okay, going on to, we're gonna leave the numbers. We're gonna go to slide 9, and we're gonna talk about county assessed properties. Again, as you know, property taxes is one of the primary sources for revenue for the counties, cities, and special districts. While the state does not rely on property taxes as a source of revenue, there are revenue implications for the state if there are any incorrect assessments on real property. State law guarantees California schools a minimum of funding, and the state is responsible for backfilling shortfalls in education funding under Prop 98. That is why the BOE role in overseeing the assessment practices of the state's 58 county assessors, who are charged with establishing the value, is so important. Each of the BOE's constitutional and statutory duties are critical to promoting a consistent and uniform property tax system throughout the state. In fiscal year 2021-22, the BOE and our oversight role accomplished the following. The BOE conducted and issued 11 assessment practice surveys or compliance audits of the county assessors' practices and procedures. The BOE provided guidance to county assessors in the form of rules. We did 4 property tax rules, and we issued 95 advisory letters to county assessors, and we updated 3 of our handbooks. We prescribed property tax forms to county assessors. By the way, all of the forms that the county use are prescribed by the BOE. In fiscal year 2021-22, BOE admitted 3 of the prescribed forms. We provided training and certified individuals performing the duties of appraisals and assessment analysts for property tax purposes, including the newly elected county assessors. Yesterday, at least 3 assessors, newly elected county assessors, acknowledged taking the training course and receiving their certificates. Bravo to them. BOE trained approximately 1,800 students through our 23 BOE hosted courses, and also our courses available by website and other courses through our local colleges and universities. We also issued 257 permanent advanced appraiser certifications.
Did you read this?
And 18 permanent and advanced analyst certifications. BOE acts as an advisory agency on property tax assessments, and in fiscal year 2021-22, the BOE answered approximately 12,381 calls and 6,204 inquiries by letters, fax, and email. When it comes to answering calls, we don't really brag enough about this, but our level of access, meaning that someone picks up the phone and say, BOE, how may I help you? I'm not gonna say it's 100%, but let's go with 99. We are there. We are responsive. Whoever picks up the phone will either answer their question or get them to the right person, unlike other agencies. Yeah, that's all I'm Slide 10. continue. The BOE co-administers the welfare exemption with the county assessors. In fiscal year 2021-2022, the BOE issued 714 organizational clearance certificates and 364 supplemental clearance certificates. The BOE also reviewed 7,508 verification filings on organizations holding an OOC to ensure that they continue to be qualified for the welfare exemption. So basically what we're saying is, although we issue the certificate, our process is periodically go back and make sure they still qualify. And there are times when an entity does not qualify, and we have to go through the steps of them providing us the data to confirm that they are still conducting business as a nonprofit, and if they don't do it, then we do revoke. They have appeal rights, and we work with them to get them back in line. The BOE also administer
Some comments
the-
on this when time comes.
the Legal Entity Ownership Program, also known as LEOP. And this is really interesting. This is where you have your corporations, your LLCs, and your other pastoral entities that owns real property. And the way the law works, you can change ownership within that legal entity, and it's not really considered a change in ownership in property unless that entity has more than 51%. So what we do, we verify whether there's been more than 50% change in ownership. And if that's a change, then we notify the county that where the property is located, and the county goes back and they can reassess the property due to a change of ownership. The BOE also acts as a clearinghouse for various claims for property tax relief under Prop 3, 19, 58, 60, 110, and 193. The BOE monitors duplicate claims granted under the homeowners and disabled veterans exemption. In fiscal year 2021-22, the BOE provided critical guidance in drafting Prop 19 legislation and answering 6,440 calls and 1,590 emails inquiries related to Prop 19. Slide 11. As you know, members, the BOE is required to hold an annual meeting with the county assessors every year. There's a picture from last year. And as I mentioned earlier, we're working on our meeting for September of this year. In addition to the board's annual meeting with the assessors, the BOE meets regularly throughout the year with the county assessors to discuss issues on administration of assessment of taxation law regarding property tax to ensure that we have our statewide uniformity. We work together. Slide 12. State assessed properties. BOE State Assessed Property Division directly assess certain public utilities, railroads, intercompany pipelines, which are not subject to Prop 13. The board in 2022 adopted $136.3 billion in assessed property values of 339 companies from which schools, local communities are expected to receive $2.4 billion in property tax revenue. It's a lot of revenue for our schools. And it's not just railroads. It's companies, there are ongoing concerns, utilities, electricity, gas, telephone companies. So it's not some obsolete entity. The BOE completed 11 property tax audits and physically inspected and valued 9,835 state assessed land parcels. The BOE also processed 642 statement of land changes, and the BOE Property Tax Division maintained maps of more than 9,700 revenue district boundaries that encompass 61,000 tax rate areas. Finally, the BOE processed 361 jurisdictional boundary changes in fiscal year 2021-22, resulting in over $430,000 in revenue to the state general fund. Slide 13. In addition to the highlights I have shown today, the annual report also includes portions of profiles of the programs we administer, information on BOE's governance and responsibility, recently enacted legislation, and court cases. This concludes my report. Members, do you have any questions?
Looks like we have several questions for you here. I'll start with just one, and then I'll wait for the others, because I have a couple here. But going back to, I guess it was page 6, where you're mentioning the whole breakdown of the dollar. I was wondering, it looked like there was a slight decline in how much we're giving to the schools if you go back to 2021 and then compare it to 21-22.
Actually, that's just us accountants doing a different rounding.
Okay.
Last year, we rounded up.
So is that fuzzy math?
It's not fuzzy. It's us number people.
Okay.
Instead of doing like this year, we took the percentage to 53.7. Last year, we took the 7 and we rounded up to the nearest whole, 54.
Oh, that's,
So there really was no change in what was allocated to the schools. They still received
the same amount.
Same
basically.
amount, yeah, yeah.
All right, let me start with Member Gaines, and I know we have Member Schaefer, and then I'll go to my right. I think there's a couple on the right as well.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's very thorough. And I liked what you've printed here too, in terms of, it's got all the key data in it for our constituents to look at if they ever had a question about the BOE. But you had made some comments about change of ownership that are less than 50%. And so there's no tax impact. I'm trying to think of a situation where you might have parents owning the home and adding on a child.
It's different for individuals versus corporations.
Okay.
So what I was talking about, the LEOP, legal entity, is when
Okay.
when the ownership within that legal entity changes.
Okay.
So there's where, and it's a policy issue. And if you think back, and I haven't heard that conversation recently, but when you have these entities that are changing ownership, but not to say that you change control, so they don't have to have their property reevaluated.
Right.
As compared to an individual
Yes.
who may put a family member on. Let's say I want to put my nephew on. That would result in a change in ownership, and my base year value would change. Now
Okay.
I'm going to have to pay a higher property tax. So, from a policy perspective, is that equitable?
Right. Right. And I've had constituents ask me since Prop 19 passed.
Yeah. And so what we do is we look
For-
at it
for a
from-
home-
from
the
a-
home situation
yeah,
is
but
what
we
I'm
focus
getting
the
questions
legal
on.
entity organization. Our program focused on the legal entity. So we are looking to see if there's been a change in control. And if there is a change in control, we notify this county assessor where the property is
I see.
located at.
You've got to
There's just been a
monitor it.
change in control.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful. And I had one other, if I could. Because you had mentioned about, at the conference with the assessors, there was some discussion of Prop 8 with regard to value reduction. Is that, how imminent is that? Do you see that happening in some of these areas? And what areas do you see it happening in?
Well, the conversation that we're having, that we had yesterday, is definitely happening in San Diego County and LA County. And they talked about it's just a short time period right now due to how in January the market was really high and now it's gone back down. It's kind of readjusting itself. So I would say it's probably statewide when you think about our market.
Okay. And is that on the
We do have information
commercial
page
side
about
or on the housing side?
on both,
On both, okay.
but really on the housing, the residential housing.
Yeah.
And we have information on our website about Prop 8. Most county assessors also have information. Some are very proactive about going out and looking at the property and reevaluating it and dropping it down when necessary. And then others, based on their resources, they rely on the property owner to ask about it.
Sure. It seems like it's also a problem with office buildings in urban areas
Yes.
where they're maybe 50% vacant
Well,
and they're,
yeah, they're vacant, but I don't know if it's really a problem right now because a lot of those office buildings were in a lease, a 4-year lease or a 5-year lease or an 8-year lease.
sure. Yeah, so they're locked in terms of revenue. Yeah. Do you see those being revalued though through Prop 8 or?
I have not seen them be revalued through Prop 8.
So the assessors are probably looking at the revenues coming in. If the revenues are
If it's
solid,
necessary, they
they're
would.
not making
Yeah,
adjustments.
yeah,
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you.
Okay.
Well done.
Member Schaefer?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Towers, I'm very happy to see this report. I have a number of procedural comments on it. I'd like you to have a few words of identifying the photographs because I don't know really if, I want to be sure that District 4 is represented, and I'm sure it is, but I'm not sure if it's a poppy field, if we have any of those. I'm not sure just which one is mine. I know the one with the Delta Queen on it is here. And so if you could add that next year, I'd appreciate it. I'm very pleased with the timing of it. I own stock in a number of companies, and we always get our annual reports almost from everybody in April. And I've been disappointed sometimes that our taxpayers advocate report comes out a couple months later. And so I'm happy to see this in April when I'm all psyched up to go over annual reports. I think the photograph you have of the board members is great. I've always been sorry I didn't have anything with Betty E's picture on it, or a picture of how I look when I'm vice chair all dressed up. It's really nice to have. On page 3, you talk about our vision includes enriching our employees. I'm not sure how we do that. I hope we're paying them the best salary possible to retain all our talented people. I assume we have coffee and tea in the morning for them if they need it. What do we mean by enriching our employees?
We enrich our employees by, one, making sure that they have a good place to work. This is a friendly place to work. That we pay them what we pay them. This is government, this is the state. So their salaries are their salaries. But we motivate them, we train them, we encourage them to move forward. We acknowledge their accomplishments. We celebrate them.
Well, I know we're doing a good job, and a lot of it has to do with you.
Thank you, sir.
I had another question. I was fascinated by the legal report. Could you tell me the status of that case that's highlighted? Did it go on to a review, or is it all over with?
Is it in the annual
Albrecht
report?
versus County of Riverside?
I don't have that, Henry?
That's on page 21?
I know, I don't have the annual report in front of me. So Henry, will you please help me?
Which case is it?
It's in the annual report. 1 second, sir.
Yeah, this is Member Schaefer, this is a appellate decision that came down, it was published, and it is a final decision. So it's something that the legal community can rely upon.
Well, it interests me because I've always felt that our sovereign nations were untouchable, and it looks to me like there is a possessory tax that is sustained.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a little bit more complicated than that. It really depends on, thank you, whether or not the tribe is acting as a market participant or whether they're acting in their sovereign capacity. The case was very good about going over the issues and the factors that decide that.
Well, I don't really know the tribes. I had a sister that was postmaster at Paula, which is an Indian reservation, and I'm a blackjack player. You'd think they'd be interested in me. But I keep an eye on it because I think they do an outstanding job in creating employment and being good citizens of whatever community they operate in. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question.
On my right, I think we have the vice chair, and then we also have our controller. Go ahead.
Just briefly, when we were talking about the staffing for the agency yesterday at the CAA conference, I really noted how many wonderful comments I got about staff at all levels throughout the agency. And I've been going through and trying to meet one-on-one with my 19 assessors that are in my district. And every single one that we've been able to meet with or talk with has really commented on the excellence of staff. So that's something that really stands out for me. And then when you mentioned Prop 8 and the possibility that we could have a future agenda item with representatives from CAA speaking about how the implementation of that is going and what the impact is for the taxpayers, I would really be interested in having that as a future item and finding out more about how it's going and are there differences between counties that have staffing that are able to relate to that, and also the intersections between that and some of the other considerations that the taxpayers can avail themselves of, such as the disabled veteran status. I think that would really behoove us to learn a little bit more about that, so as we're doing our outreach to constituents, we'll be as knowledgeable as possible on that score.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber. I will reach out to the chair's office and the CAA about both of these topics and when they have time on their schedule to come forward.
No, you're right. I had the opportunity when I was there on Monday to speak to some of the assessors. I have the luxury of just having one, but so it wasn't that tough. I think our Deputy Controller has a couple of questions for you.
Thank you, Chairman, and to the Executive Director Stowers. I applaud you and your team for this very important and comprehensive annual report. I know it takes a lot of work, and I'm sure the Governor's office will be pleased with such a meaningful and impactful report. I want to make a few highlights on page 8, supporting our communities, the BOE's positive impact on local schools and governments, of course, but also on state government, adding the administered programs that we co-administer, adding over $3 billion to the general fund and keeping this great state running is very impressive. And then also on page 6, with the dollar bill graph, over half of the money going towards our schools, which is just so important to the future generations of children, especially when it comes to closing the achievement gap, improving math and reading proficiencies, and making sure that no child in California is left behind. I did have a few questions. You mentioned that there's a positive growth of 4% from year to year. Can you kind of speak to some of the factors that has led to this increase?
With respect to property values? Well, property values are going up, supply and demand. That's basic. More demand, less supply, values go up, prices go up.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the feds are increasing interest rates in 2022 at record pace with no cuts expected in 2023. There's been talks about a possible economic recession. Job losses have occurred, especially here in California with the tech sector. What impact, if any, will this have on property tax values and possible future revenue here in the state of California?
With the higher interest rates, those who are trying to get into the market of buying, they're having a difficult time. They may have the 20% down payment, but due to the high rates, they won't be able to afford the mortgage. So that's going to have a negative impact on those who are trying to buy. But those who are fortunate to buy, again, is still going to result in higher property tax values. So it's a double-edged sword, I would say.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, and thank you all for your comments. You answered some of my questions, except one last one I have on page 12 when you were going through the state assessed properties.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed we maintain maps for more than, 9,700 revenue district boundaries? And that encompasses, I guess, roughly about 61,163 tax rate areas. I was wondering how that compares to maybe 10 years ago.
Right.
Has it
right.
really jumped, I wonder?
Um,
Or do we have that?
we don't track like that. I did take a look, going back to the data that we do have, so we're not really tracking it that way. However, I can say in 2018, 2019, we had fewer maps that we had to maintain. We had less districts. But it changes ongoing.
Ongoing.
So this is an ongoing workload for us to maintain the maps. It's something that, that we have to do. And if we have to maintain the maps, know where the districts are, because that is how the revenue is being allocated to the various counties. So it's really important for us to maintain it.
I kind of figured that, and I was wondering, I know when I was at the conference on Monday, I was talking to my assessor, Jeff Prang, and he was showing me this huge map book. They have, I guess he was one of the vendors. I don't know if you.
Yeah, you know what? I meant to go over there. He had the map of Bruce Beach,
Yes.
Santa Monica. I wanted to see that.
No, it's pretty impressive. And he actually, he didn't have it with them, but I guess he said it's a huge book. But he says he has some of the maps, the original maps, going back to the original land grants of California, going back to Pio Pico when he was the governor. So I'm going to reconnect with them on that. It's real interesting, some of the stuff. And I didn't know if you had a chance to talk with them, but it looks like you.
Yeah, it was on my list, but we have a lot of maps in our building on 160, and hard copies,
You did?
and maps that
Date back
cannot
to, at
be
least go back to like
going back,
1800.
and we can't digitize those. This is another
Yeah,
one
that's
of my,
what they were- I think
another
that's
one of
their
my little
service.
plugs. This is another reason why we need to stay at 160 Promenade. So, let me just be quiet. I've been in this seat for a year now, so I feel a little bit more empowered.
Good stuff. No, thank you.
Okay, that concludes my report. And
We don't have any written comments on this one, do we?
We don't take this until the end of
Oh, we're
all
gonna
of
go
the
back?
executive
Okay.
director's reports.
So with that, Ms. Cicchetti, I guess we can move on to the next item.
Our next item, yeah. Next item is item 9, operational priorities and quarterly budget report presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chairman Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati. I'm Chief Deputy Director of BOE. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities. The first item is our strategic efforts on BOE's workforce planning. We continue to fill our vacant positions, and since our last meeting, we have filled 6 positions. 4 are new employees, new to the BOE, and 2 are promotions of internal candidates. The majority of our remaining vacancies are in active recruitment, and we continue to make meaningful progress in our goal to accomplish more efficient and timely recruitment processes to reduce our vacancies. The management team also continues to perform multiple activities to develop our workforce and implement succession planning. Just as we have spent a lot of time and energy to recruit people on board, we must also ensure that our staff and managers have the tools and training and mentoring they need to perform and grow in their roles. And at BOE, we're very lucky. We have many brilliant and highly technical property tax experts on staff. But this level of expertise does not happen overnight. It takes time, it takes experience, and our workforce planning efforts begin with onboarding our new employees and assessing their strengths and competencies, their challenges, and providing training and the building blocks for them to reach their capacity. At the same time, our succession planning that we're working on continues to ensure continuity of knowledge and mitigate the risks related to knowledge loss when we do have people retire. The next item is my quarterly budget report. The BOE's budget is funded by the general fund. Our current working appropriation for the agency provides 193.6 positions for the support and operation of BOE's tax programs. The majority of our budget is for personnel services. That's our staff salaries and benefits. And the remaining amounts are for operating expenses. Typical items for expenses are our facility lease payments, our travel, litigation, utilities, telecom, new equipment, and training. Based on our recent expenditure reports available for the period of July 22 through March 23, we are projected to spend over 86% of the amounts appropriated to the BOE. For comparison purposes, in 2022, we were only projected to spend 81% of our budget for the same period. So this comparison demonstrates our continued commitment to filling our vacancies to fulfill our property tax duties. And I should also mention, we still have 3 more months in the fiscal year. So as we continue to fill those vacant positions, we'll get closer to that total appropriated amount. And this concludes my report on the agency's day-to-day operations. I'm available to answer any questions.
Member Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the report. I think it's very encouraging that we're continuing to hire new people from the outside, but also promotion from within. So it's really nice to hear that percentage is getting higher and higher as we progress. So thank you.
Thank you.
You know, along those lines, I know you've been doing a real bang-up job on just filling these vacancies. And I know with that comes, obviously, the other challenge is to bring everybody up to speed, because at the end of the day, it's obviously going to be an asset and a resource as we're working and servicing our taxpayers, right? Because you'll have more bodies to assist. And I was just wondering how that's going in terms of the training and in some cases maybe retraining folks.
So thank you for your question. You know, in our property tax department, we have multiple positions. And most of those positions, in fact, all the positions require specific education and experience requirements just to apply for the job. And even with those qualifications, it takes us about a year and a year and a half to get the person up to speed so that they don't need supervision while they do their duties. Then it takes about 5 years for that person to really become proficient in what in the specific duties for which they were hired. Of course, at that time, we provide them with more challenging work, and then the cycle starts again. So to become a property tax expert is really to realize that the road never ends to learning. So every day, I mean, Dave and I talk all the time, like we learn something new every day, and Dave's one of our premier experts. So yes, we do provide that training and retraining and building.
Sounds good. Seeing no other hands, I guess you continue.
I believe that concludes this portion. Miss Mary, I'll push it back to you.
You're going to do your budget items?
did it,
You
just
did that?
finished.
Then we have an opportunity now, we could break for lunch early, and because we're close to our 12 o'clock time that we were going to take lunch from 12 to 1 so that we could accommodate your speakers.
So we
could
can get back.
And so we could get back in time and we could get going on that. So if we start another item, I believe it would be too long of a
That's what I was going to ask you.
presentation.
Is it the next one's a little bit too long?
All right, you know what, we probably could take
We
one.
could probably squeeze a little one?
We could take one
All
in,
right.
yes, we can. Our next item, we do have.
I see him standing there and he's ready to go,
Yes.
so.
I hope it's not too long.
No, I think we're good.
Yes. Oh, really? You know.
Kim is pretty efficient and quick. Let's see.
So we will take another item up before we break for lunch.
Go ahead and
This
call it
item
that.
is item number 10, Communication Chief's Quarterly Report, presented by Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vasquez and honorable members. I'm Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Today I'll provide a brief overview of some major highlights and accomplishments in the first quarter of 2023. As outlined in the memo attached to the agenda, I'll provide some notable updates that were made to the BOE website and a review of recently updated publications. I will conclude with some highlights of current projects I'm working on. Members, as you know, the BOE website is a critical tool in communicating and providing essential and up-to-date information to stakeholders and the general public. In the last quarter, the Proposition 19 webpage, specifically the guidance issued and the related legislation tabs, were updated to include several letters to assessors and 2 bills related to Proposition 19. The chart of the $1 million intergenerational transfer exclusion amount adjustments was also added to the Additional Resources tab. Since the webpage was launched on November 10, 2020, there have been approximately 466,951 unique external page views through March 31st, 2023. Through the board's leadership, a Translate button to offer translation to non- or limited English-speaking individuals has been available since June 10th of 2022. The webpage offers 6 language options: Spanish, traditional and simplified Chinese, Filipino or Tagalog, Vietnamese, and Korean. There have been approximately 2,564 unique external page views since March 31st, 2023. Now I'll provide a brief update on some new and updated publications the department facilitated in the last quarter. This includes the following: a new legislative bulletin, property tax legislation for 2022,
Mexico.
update to the California State Board of Equalization governance policy, update to the introduction to the California State Board of Equalization, and I've left some copies at the dais for you to review, the new Taxpayers' Rights Advocates Fiscal Year 2021-2022 annual report, and finally a new information sheet on property tax assistance programs for seniors. Finally, in March, the BOE launched our new intranet site, MyBOE. Over time, BOE's legacy intranet sites became antiquated, and for more than a year, the communications department worked on this new intranet site. The launch of MyBOE is a significant milestone in rebuilding, revitalizing, and modernizing the agency. It will become a necessary tool in helping BOE employees execute their professional duties and responsibilities successfully while communicating as one agency. Before I conclude, I wanted to provide a brief look forward. In the second quarter, the department recently released the fiscal year 2021-2022 annual report as presented by the executive director earlier today, and will continue to promote the report in the coming weeks. Additionally, with the updated annual report, we will now begin working on updating the State Board of Equalization fact sheet, publication 1. Finally, with this year's Taxpayers' Bill of Rights hearing scheduled for August, we will begin working with the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office to promote the hearing. Members, this concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you and your staff. I know when I was at the conference talking to some of the assessors, and then even some of the participants that weren't necessarily assessors, they were some of the sponsors, they were real impressed with our website and the improvements, especially on the translation piece. You know, it's so user-friendly. And I know in looking at it, I'm assuming it's going to be a real good asset, as Ms. Renati was talking about, new employees. You know, it has that, I guess there's that area where it's kind of like a welcome new employees link in there where it kind of walks them through and helps them in terms of identifying and understanding the BOE, not only their department, but others as well, other services that we provide. So I really appreciate that. Let me turn to, our controller, Assistant Deputy Controller here has some.
Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Kim. I'm really pleased with your report. I think communication at the BOE is one of the most important tools that we can use to get the information out. And I know you've probably been busy these past couple months. So thank you for gathering that report. I also wanted to thank you. I met with you earlier this week, and you were able to add the Armenian language on the translate button in a relatively quick manner. It just speaks volumes to the hundreds of thousands of Armenians that call California home, and to our engagement with that process. As the Controller Cohen's administration, we're kind of winding down on the first 100 days. I've taken it upon myself to continue to expand on our own translate button, and I'm looking at French and Portuguese and Arabic and Farsi to be inclusive as possible in such a diverse state. And I'll keep you updated on that progress. I hope we can partnership and continue to collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you very
you.
much.
And, Member Schaefer, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Kim, you heard my comments to Yvette, and that applies to all your good work, too. I just had a couple of minor questions. The picture here of the beach scene, is that La Jolla Beach down where I live? Or is that, I'm trying to find District 4, or is District 4 the flag?
Sir, actually, I've made it a point to ensure that all 4 equalization districts are represented in our publications. I believe one of the pictures in the cover there is part of District 4. I apologize. I don't have it in front of me. I should have.
Well, I would think it's the one with the beach here, because I live
Yes.
on the beach.
Oh, okay, great.
I
Yes.
don't
So
recognize as my particular beach, but we got a lot of beaches in San Diego.
a lot of beautiful beaches. For
And the
correct.
other comment you have over here is public meetings. The board meets monthly in Sacramento. That's accurate. That's not a statement of advocacy, though, because as you know, we're only required to meet a quarter of the time in Sacramento, and it's on my bucket list to have a meeting down south one of these days. But this is accurate. I just want to be sure you're not promoting a cause, you're just reporting.
That's correct. We just report on facts, and so as more updates are necessary to the publication, we'll definitely do that.
You're
And
doing a very fine job. Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
Member Gaines, I believe you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. Chair Vasquez had asked about making sure that we have multiple language options for our constituents. And I think, had you mentioned, I'm just trying to get the numbers right, that as of March 23rd, there were 2,564 views in different languages. Is that the right?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Member
Interpretation.
Gaines. The number that I reported in my memo is a reflection of the total unique external page views of our Translate page that has all of the language links to the translation.
Okay, great.
Unfortunately, we're unable to assess what number of languages or how many people are using for what languages
Yes.
specifically.
Yeah.
So the only data that I could provide is for those that actually do visit the Translate page and to
Okay.
assume that they're using the Translate functions.
Sure. And
Yeah.
is that from January 1 to March 23rd?
That's actually from the launch of the page, which was June 10th of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
up
right.
until March 31st of 2023.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And it's, is it prominent enough? So that if someone came on our website, they would know that they could look for information in a different language?
I believe it's prominent. It's on the upper right-hand corner, and it's available on every page that folks visit on our page.
Great.
So it is definitely accessible for
Wonderful.
those that do need it. Yes.
Very
sir.
good, thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. I think there's no other hands up, so
Thank you
thank
very
you for
much.
your presentation. Mr. Kennedy, do we have any written comments on this one?
No, but we usually take all the comments for the executive
end?
director's reports at the end.
Okay,
Thank you,
Great,
Mr.
thank
Kim.
you.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Is the taxpayer rights advocate, or she could give a quick report? Why don't we do that? Let's try it. Mhm. The next item is item 11, Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Report, update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This matter is being presented by Ms. Wing.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good almost afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable board members. I am Margie Wing, Senior Specialist in the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office. I am here today to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office to keep you informed. Ms. Thompson, Chief of the TRA Office, was unable to attend the board meeting today because she is at the Assessor's Office, Assessor's Conference, soliciting input on topics for the taxpayer education at its committee meeting. I am pleased to report some statistics in the number of taxpayer cases completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office in March, and provide some insights on the type of those cases. Attached to the public agenda notice is a memorandum from our office reporting information on the number of completed cases. The figures are provided by board member district, by category, that is administrative versus valuation, and by topic area within those categories. In March 2023, we completed 46 cases. Yes, 46. 15 were in Board Member Gaines District 1. 12 were in Board Member Lieber's District 2. 5 were in Board Member Vasquez's District 3. 14 were in Board Member Schaefer's District 4. Of the 46 cases completed, 8 were from the administrative category and 38 were from the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellation, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new construction, actual enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category and its 8 cases in total, 5 pertain to delinquent or defaulted property taxes, 1 involved penalties, and the 2 remaining involved other matters such as property taxes in general. With respect to the valuation category and its 38 cases in total, 6 cases involved actual enrollment of values, 1 involved appraisal methodology, 1 pertained to assessment appeals, 5 cases involved change in ownership, 3 involved decline in value, 15 cases pertain to exclusions from reassessment, 4 cases involved general property taxation, and 3 pertain to new construction. To provide some additional insight on the specific topic of exclusion and exemption cases, this is a further breakdown. For the 15 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 5 pertain to the parent-child exclusion or grandparent-grandchild exclusion, and 10 pertain to the base year value transfers for persons aged 55 and over. 8 of the 15 exclusion cases occurred under Proposition 19, since the change in ownership events occurred on or after February 16, 2021 effective date for intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions, and its April 1, 2021 effective date for Proposition 19's base year value transfer exclusion provisions. The remaining 7 exclusion cases pertain to transfers that occurred under prior law. To provide additional insight on the nature of the cases that our office works on to assist taxpayers, I offer some additional information on a case our office worked on last month in March and how we helped resolve it for the taxpayer. This case involved a taxpayer that had received a lien for unsecured property taxes on a boat. The taxpayer said that he moved the boat out of California but had not notified the Department of Motor Vehicles, and that he did not receive the assessor's vessel property statement or the tax bill for the boat in the year following the move because they were mailed to an old address, and he had also moved. And the vessel property statement does have a specific box in it to check to indicate that the vessel was permanently removed from the county, so the assessor did not know this. To assist this taxpayer, our office provided information to the taxpayer about the assessment of boats for California property tax purposes, and that they are assessed to the owner as of the January 1 lien date. We helped the taxpayer understand that if the boat had been moved to a different state before the January 1 lien date, the taxpayer could provide evidence to the assessor's office that it had been moved to a different state despite the DMV or the assessor not being notified. We suggested the taxpayer provide boat registration information from the other state to show it was registered there. We explained that the assessor could cancel the assessment if the boat was not in California on the lien date, and if canceled, a row correction could be done with information transmitted to the county auditor's office to determine the effect on property taxes and issue a refund for overpaid taxes. We encouraged the taxpayer to ensure that the DMV was aware that the boat was no longer located at the taxpayer's former residence or in California. And the DMV shares information on boats with the assessor's office in each of the counties. Finally, we explained that the tax collector's office is required by law to add penalties for not paying property taxes timely with a late payment of 10% and the addition of interest after taxes have become delinquent. At future board meetings, our office will provide further updates on the activities of the TRA office to keep you informed. Members, that concludes my update, and I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you. I have just one quick one, if nobody else has a question, and it's more on Prop 19. I noticed when you list all these cases, do we roughly know what the percentage of those are centered around Prop 19?
I don't have a percentage, but we can get you the percentage. I mean, like I said, most of these that we did last month were on exclusions, whether they were Prop 19. We did not differentiate between that and the old prior laws of 58 and 60, Prop 60 and 90 and 58,
90,
yeah.
That's been
But-
my guess. I was just curious.
Yeah, most of them were under Prop 19 in our cases, but not broken down by percentage.
Thank you.
Could I add on to
Yes,
that?
Member Gaines, go
'Cause
ahead.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, it'd be good to know.
Could we get that in the future?
Is that, we can probably get that down the road now.
Okay, so you want a percentage of cases on Prop 19 versus the other, the old law?
Yes,
Or-
I'm just
okay.
curious to see how many of them are coming, if we're seeing a huge increase all of a sudden, right, because of Prop 19.
Right,
Okay.
thank you.
Yes, Member Schaefer.
No, that's a very fine report, Ms. Wing. I appreciate the fact that you give us all the basic facts and not really get into the subsequent hearings in detail because that's available elsewhere if anybody wants it. I think your office is becoming more and more efficient. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other?
Any other questions?
I think you did a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're right about noon now. So if we take, I guess we're looking at an hour, we need an hour break, right? We take the
Yes.
hour lunch,
Yeah.
then we'll be back in time for the speakers that we have on hold.
So we all agree we're taking 1 hour lunch and we'll return at 1 o'clock.
Unless I'm hearing others, I'm getting shaken, everybody's okay with that.
We are taking a 1 hour lunch.
And 1 hour. So it's exactly noon, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
To go, AT&T's ready to go, so let's reconvene our meeting at 1:05. Ms. Cicchetti.
Yes, my first announcement is that I'm going to be taking item 16 out of order to accommodate some speakers that we have. So item 16 is board member matters and initiatives. Item 16, presentation, overview, and discussion on the 2023 property tax and related affordable housing legislation. Perspective on current property tax and related affordable housing legislation, potentially affecting property tax assessments, valuation, exemptions, and related processes, or discussion and possible action. This item is being presented by Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you. Members, we have a number of speakers on the three bills. SB 20, which is Senator Rubio, SB 734, which is also Senator Rubio, and SCA 4, which is, I hope I'm not butchering it, Ciarto, and the senator. And some of the speakers have specified certain time slots due to their schedules, so we will make adjustments accordingly. Also, rather than voting on each bill at one time, although it was brought to my attention, we might have to pull one out, but we will try to handle those we can together, and then if we need to set one out, we'll set one out. So with that, Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please introduce our first speaker.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Chairman. Just a reminder for you and the board members, per the request of the legislators who are speaking today, we have confirmed time-certain increments for Ms. Brielle Salazar, Regional Housing Trust Manager, San Gabriel Valley Housing Trust, from 1 to 1:20. Honorable Prang, the assessor in Los Angeles County, from 1:20 to 1:30. And Honorable Kelly Serrato, Senator, from 1:30 to 1:40, and Honorable Jim Rooney, Assessor in Amador County, from 1:40 to 1:50. In order to respect the commitments made to them, we will call upon other speakers afterwards if we should have any, and we'll ensure that everyone has an opportunity to address each item. So the first item on the agenda is SB 20, Rubio, Joint Power Agreements, Regional Housing Trusts. Would you like to introduce this, Mr. Vasquez?
Yes. Members, SB 20 would authorize 2 or more cities in the state to enter into a joint powers agreement to create a regional housing trust fund. Housing to assist the homeless population and persons of extreme low and very low and low income in their jurisdictions. The bill is based on the successful experience of the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust in Los Angeles County and 33 different cities that it governs by a board of directors authorized to fund the planning and construction of housing, receive public and private financing and funds, and issue bonds. Ms. Cassetti, if you would please introduce our first speaker.
Our first speaker is Ms. Brielle Salazar, Regional Housing Trust Manager, San Gabriel Valley Housing Trust. She will be presenting via Teams, and here she is.
Oh, there she is. Welcome. I think you might be muted, though.
How about now?
Try speaking now. Let's see.
Are you able to hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thanks so much for having me. I'm going to share my screen right now so I can share a few slides with you. And just really honored to be here today to talk about our experience at the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust. We were formed in February of 2020 by SB 751, which was authored by Senator Susan Rubio. And we are a joint powers authority, and we currently have 22 member cities. The trust is able to receive and leverage both public and private financing, and as you mentioned, issue bonds. and we collect member and affiliate member fees to help cover annual operating expenses. This is our board of directors. We have a 9-member board of directors. 7 are locally elected public officials and 2 are housing and homelessness experts, which is defined as 5 or more years of regional experience in housing and homelessness. This is an overview of the funding we've received to date. So one of the great things about forming a housing trust is you can access state funds which are not directly available to cities through the local housing trust fund program. And our trust has been fortunate to receive those funds the past 3 years. The application for that source is due in a couple weeks, so we're hoping to make that 4 years. Also been able to receive state earmark support and also federal funding through the community project funding grant cycle. And these have supported the programs that I'm going to share in the next couple of slides. So the trust accepts applications for funding on a rolling basis. We maintain a pipeline. Currently, we have 440 units across 9 projects that are on that pipeline, and developers, along with cities, can apply for funding by accessing the application on our website. And funding is made available based on the requirements of funding sources we have available, and also readiness to proceed for those projects. These are the projects we've funded so far. So in 3 years, we've been fortunate to fund 690 units of affordable housing. And you can see on the left the breakdown between the state sources and also the federal sources that have helped to support these projects. And it really shows the benefit of a regional effort, how we've been able to fund projects in several different cities throughout the San Gabriel Valley. With an average investment of less than $30,000 per unit, the funding that the trust is putting in is really helping those projects get across the finish line. These are some of the renderings of projects that the trust has funded. Really excited to share that the first project to complete construction, West Mission in Pomona, will have its grand opening next month. That's the photo you see on the bottom left of the screen. We're really proud to demonstrate how affordable housing can really benefit communities and how nice all of these buildings look. And then to continue to have funding, we developed a revolving loan fund, which will provide short-term capital for acquisition, pre-development, and construction. And this fund will recycle every 3 to 5 years. So that $7.8 million in investment will be able to be lent to projects, repaid, and lent to future projects. So very exciting opportunity to have funding in perpetuity. So far, we've been able to fund 2 projects with this fund, which has enabled us to also support single-family for sale housing. And we anticipate additional RLF loans at our May board meeting. On the other side of things, we're also doing homeless housing. The trust has opened 3 tiny home non-congregate interim shelters, 2 in the city of Baldwin Park, 1 for individuals and 1 for families, which was the first family tiny home site in the state, as well as Operation Stay Safe, a tiny home site for higher acuity clients in the city of Montebello. To help cities also interested in developing interim housing, the trust also provides technical assistance to determine if sites are feasible and to provide plans for cities and help them get this through the council process and then project manage the project through completion. In other technical assistance, we also completed a surplus land inventory to take a look at parcels available in the San Gabriel Valley that might be suitable for development. Also performed a land trust study to help reduce the cost to develop projects by separating the cost of the land from the cost of the development. Performed a bond study. We have not issued bonds to date, but this study will help us look at that avenue. And then we also have our affordable housing incubator, which provides technical assistance to developers and cities across multiple disciplines, including financial analysis, grant writing, and land use. And all of that comes together to really support projects from inception through completion. So from the technical assistance at the beginning, through the pre-development phase, and all the way through permanent. And we are just so glad to have this resource available to the San Gabriel Valley and hope that SB 20 can bring this resource to other communities. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thank you for joining us on such short notice. I was just curious, as we're moving forward, especially with joint powers in other cities throughout the state, what are some of your thoughts, especially for the smaller ones, in terms of JPA that are looking to start these housing trust funds?
I think the JPA model has been a really great resource. We also had the benefit here of the Housing Trust is staffed by our Council of Governments, which is also a JPA, but this has enabled especially smaller cities to access resources from a larger agency. And we've seen a few more of these pop up recently. Our neighbors in Pasadena, Burbank, and Glendale just formed a trust. So it's exciting. We hope this means that more trusts will form. There'll be an easier avenue for direct funding to these types of entities to help cities meet their housing numbers.
And how does SB 20 aid these new potential trust funds
Sure.
that cities are looking at?
Yeah, SB 20 streamlines the formation of these entities. So instead of each group that's wishing to form a trust having to go to the state directly with legislation, this streamlines that process. So it'd be easier for cities to form these entities and housing trusts and get started more quickly to deliver affordable housing.
Thank you. Members, do we have other questions for, yes, Member Gaines?
If I could, I was just talking to a sheriff deputy in the region here, and he had indicated there were some problems with, he was specifically talking about the homeless issue and providing housing where, at least up in this area, we've taken some hotels and converted them into affordable housing. And he says the big problem there, in his opinion, was maintaining them and making sure that he said in 5 years, some of them are so destructed that they might even have to tear them down. So I'm just wondering what measures are being taken through your trust just to make sure there's the right property management in terms of the assets that you manage.
Sure. We haven't hit the 5-year mark yet, but our longest running shelter has been open for 2 years, and we have been involved throughout the whole process. So we helped procure the shelters, the provider, and we've been hosting weekly meetings with our provider throughout the term of those contracts. And I think that's another benefit to regional entities. It's more support for the cities that are hosting the site. It's access to additional resources. And there are some really great service providers out there that can help with those boots on the ground resources that are needed to run shelters. And I think in our experience, it's been particularly helpful to do things on this type of scale. So instead of having the county or a larger resource be the one behind operating a shelter, to have it on this more local scale has been really beneficial in terms of having control of the site and also to enact local preference and to make sure that the residents of the community where the shelter are located are benefiting from that resource.
Great, that's wonderful. And then I was also curious, did you say there's 22 cities involved with the San Gabriel Valley Regional Housing Trust?
Yes, there are. There's 31 cities in the region.
31.
So far, 22 have joined, and we hope
22,
to get all 31.
And then, so how do you, because they all have, I would imagine they all have housing needs in terms of affordable housing. So how do you allocate assets on a per city basis? The projects that I think I saw 5 or 6 on the projects that you were showing, 5 or 6 cities. So is there a process so that allocation is distributed to account for all cities within the trust involved in the
Currently,
trust?
we've been allocating funding on a readiness to proceed criteria, so projects that are ready to go within 12 months. So you did see, I think there's multiple projects in Claremont, Pomona, and Alhambra because those cities just had a couple of projects in the pipeline. But something that we're excited about is to be able to support those cities that haven't gotten to that stage yet. So that's where the technical assistance is really important for cities that don't have projects. And then the revolving loan funds for those cities that have maybe identified a project but aren't quite at the construction and permanent financing stage. So at this point, it's sort of sorted itself out where we've been able to fund just the most ready-to-go projects. But our board has also discussed if we get to a point where we're oversubscribed, making sure that there's a regional equity component in future allocations.
So a smaller city that may not have the resources, it sounds like you're there to kind of help them through that process.
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions? Seeing no others, thank you for your time, Ms. Salazar. And Mr. Ketty, we have, I guess, we'll go ahead and introduce, let me introduce the next legislative item.
Sure, yes, please. It's SB 734, Rubio, Property Tax Possessory Interests.
Yes, members, SB 734 by Senator Rubio would create a new statute stating that under the possessory interest definition, a residential unit of a publicly owned housing project leased to a low-income household or person does not create an independent possessory or use of land or improvements by the tenant, which means it is not taxable. This bill would memorialize in statute the BOE's legal opinions that have held this position for 27 years. Ms. Cicchetti, if you would please introduce our next speaker on this.
Our next speaker is Honorable Los Angeles County Assessor Jeffrey Prang.
One moment.
Let's see what's going on.
I'm sorry, we're having technical problems. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I can't hear you, so.
Can you hear me?
I don't know if you can hear me. I can't hear you.
Oh, shoot.
But I do have a, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can
All
you
right.
hear us?
Yes, yes, I can. I'm sorry
Okay.
that Teams doesn't work, phones don't work. We're trying to put this together with chewing gum and masking tape.
But we can hear you, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this important issue with you today. So the work of the Board of Equalization is really instrumental to assessors, and I really appreciate your willingness to support our work as we navigate new challenges such as the growing concern over possessory interest as it relates to affordable housing development. As the state responds to the housing crisis, there's a growing trend of private investors working with local governments to purchase multifamily housing developments under the mistaken belief that these properties gained a property tax exemption, and that because of that exemption, minimal rent reductions will be made for qualifying middle-income households. Contrary to the belief, these properties are actually subject to a type of property tax called a possessory interest tax, which leaves the tenants of these buildings with the burden of paying a property tax bill, an unforeseen cost that none of the tenants or the developers were prepared for. Senate Bill 737 is the first step in addressing some of the impacts of the possessory interest issues for assessors, and to begin memorializing the advice that the Board of Equalization has been providing assessors for over a decade. The BOE has issued opinions for the last 27 years stating that no possessory interest tax should be assessed on government-owned units leased to low-income tenants. These opinions are based primarily on welfare exemption case law and declarations of legislative intent in state housing policy. Assessors question these because there is no explicit legislative confirmation, even though some assessors have followed the board's advice. This bill would use the advice of the Board of Equalization to address problems associated with possessory interest and our requirements to assess individual units. By doing so, SB 734 would establish norms and regulations that assessors across the state can rely upon while continuing to provide mechanisms for local municipalities to address the housing crisis through low-income housing projects. 734 would do two things. One, it would clearly state that a tenancy in a residential unit of a publicly owned housing project by a low-income household does not create an independent possession or of the land or the improvements by the tenants, and therefore does not meet the definition of a possessory interest in Section 107. Secondly, we codify the board's longstanding advice that the possessory interests held by low-income tenants in government-owned properties are not sufficiently independent, and authorize assessors to design, implement a fair and efficient system that enables them to refrain from taxing possessory interests held by low-income tenants in a publicly owned property. So in summary, this legislation is consistent with and declaratory of existing law and the overall goals of assessors and state policymakers. And I urge the board to take action to ensure that its assessors have consistent guidelines to follow as more projects emerge.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentation and also for the willingness to allow us to interrupt you. I know you're attending the assessors conference because I saw you there on Monday, and I was just wanted to thank you for that. And also, moving forward, as I'm looking at this bill, is there something that we could do to assist besides supporting the bill moving forward that would help the assessors on specifically this item?
Well, this bill will take care of one small piece of the challenge we are having with this type of joint powers authority owned housing. It'll help us reach the primary intended target of affordable housing. That's those who qualify for low income. Although a lot of these projects, as you know, also apply to median and moderate income tenants. There are still a number of problems that a possessory interest tax poses to the financial viability of these types of projects. So I think it would be very helpful for assessors to continue working with the board to see if we can draft either regulatory policy or legislative proposals that might remove barriers from coming up with new creative housing policies.
Thank you. Any other questions from any of the members? Seeing no hands. Appreciate your time on this, and I think we have a few more speakers now. Let me pass it back to Ms. Cicchetti.
Well, we have no other speakers for this item, for this one item.
For this one, okay.
So if you'd like, we could move on to the.
But I think Vice Chair Lieber has a question though first.
I just wanted to state something related to my understanding of SB 20 and SB 734, and that would be that this would cover JPAs that are for the purpose of housing for extremely low, very low, and low income only. And I know that has been a concern in some of the communities that I represent about median income being a part of the JPAs. And so extending these considerations, it sounds like the folks that I've talked to, including assessors, are fine in terms of the extremely low, very low, and low income. And so I'm hoping that if we do take a position of support, that we can indicate that in our letter, that our support is based on that status of these JPAs and that purpose of the JPAs, because there is a concern about an imbalance in the public funds if it's applied to JPAs for other purposes. So when we get to the point of doing a letter to the author, I hope that we can include that as an important point.
Appreciate it.
Before we go further, I just want to confirm that it is Mr. Prang who is on the line.
That's correct. I'm using somebody else's phone.
Yeah, that's fine. We must have missed your introduction. I apologize.
I recognize his voice. So
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I did not, yeah.
Thanks for checking, though.
I just wanted to make sure for the record that it was him who was speaking. So we would normally go to the next item since we have no more speakers, so if you'd
Yes.
like to, we can. All righty. Then the next item is SCA 4, Ciarto Property Tax Principal Residence. And we do have a speaker who's in the audience. It's Honorable Kelly Ciarto, a Senator, California Senate District 32.
Welcome, come on up. You have your choice.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
right, I
yeah.
get a choice.
You get your
today.
choice.
We'll let
Haven't
you.
had many choices today. People just keep calling me
See,
and
we
tell
take
me
care
where
of
to
our
go.
speakers
Yes.
here.
I'm delighted to be able to be here in person today. They did give me a small break between committee assignments, and
Appreciate it.
I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk a little bit about my SCA 4. Would you like me to proceed?
Please.
Okay. So, as you know, we had Prop 19 about 3 years ago. And Prop 19 was the home protection for seniors, severely disabled families, and victims of wildfire and natural disasters act. In practice, what it did was reverse some of the protections offered to families from Prop 13. And that has to do with intergenerational transfers of property. So these protections made sure that families could pass on their properties and businesses to their children and grandchildren and retain their Prop 13 tax base. It also gave a lot of generations, especially in socioeconomically disadvantaged areas, the ability to do the wealth building that the legislature is talking about all the time. Wealth building is done through pretty much the most effective way is through property ownership. And a lot of times in some of our socioeconomically challenged areas, the only way to do that is when the grandparents are able to secure a home, and then they move in their kid, the one that's going to take care of them, who then moves in their kids eventually. And so their property is passed along from generation to generation. And in some cases, if they're able to add a rental property or something, that property becomes the main source of monthly income for the family and their generations. And so they're really trying to do their part in ensuring what dads and moms are supposed to do, which is ensure the welfare of the family. And SCA 4 simply takes the issue of Prop 19 back to the voters for them to decide if this is what they really wanted to do. And it allows them to focus on just this issue instead of just reading this headline and thinking that they're helping seniors and disabled and families and stopping the wildfires. Prop 19 also was a two-topic proposition. The first half was what is said in this, and then the second half was how they were going to think, how they thought they would get there. And how they thought they were going to get there was to have this massive windfall from a change in the way we do intergenerational transfers, and that has not happened. So not a dime has gone to wildfires, not a dime has gone to anything. And one of the reasons for that is because this is such a difficult thing for the county tax assessors to be able to program into their programs, because you can't really tell, when somebody dies, whether their child is going to live there, because that helps part of it, but how long that's going to last, because supposedly when they move out, then it gets reassessed, and they get the higher property tax load. There is $1 million cap, but I think everybody knows if you go on anything east or west, of Riverside in California, every property is about $1 million. And so they get to that cap awfully quick. What that triggers is an increase in property taxes that a lot of them can't afford because their income stream does not have the ability to absorb that. So all of this wealth building, this planning that people have put in goes by the wayside. And so what this does is simply puts that part of it back on the ballot so that people can focus on this and decide if that's really what they wanted to do.
Thank you. I know we had some questions here. Do you want to start, or did you have a question? Member Gaines, go ahead.
I wanted to thank you, Senator Ciarto, for bringing this forward. It is critical. It's been a challenge as the Board of Equalization because we've had to implement Prop 19, and I don't think we anticipated what the impact would be in terms of transfer of wealth on people, like in cases of first-generation wealth, or also this aspect of the obligation of family to take care of parents. And it's very common that, you know, the children move in, they care for the parents, and then the home goes to the children, and they decide what to do with it at that stage. But I just want to thank you for bringing it forward.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions?
Yes, Vice Chair Lieber.
Right. Well, I appreciate you being here, and I appreciate you going full bore into the situation that was presented by a previous cadre of the legislature. And we had a large number of calls under our public comment earlier in the meeting, and I anticipate that we will as we progress through this item fully. And I'm very keen to be able to direct people where they can most effectively engage. And my understanding is that the first policy committee that this will go to is on May 10th
Yes.
to Government and Finance Committee of the Senate. And so my understanding would be that if individuals or organizations have substantive letters, that they should get them to the Senate Government and Finance Committee, say by May 5th or so, to be able to be included in the analysis. And has this bill, is it double referred at this point in time?
Well, I am sure it'll go from government and finance. I can check with my staff real fast to see if they did. And it will go to elections also as well.
Okay, and then undoubtedly it probes. And so I just want to make sure that for the folks who will be making comments to us that, you know, we're one body. We are the implementers of Prop 19. So I guess part of our decision will be as the implementing body, do we want to also join you in this particular pool? But I want to make sure that individuals understand that a very important date for them is May the 10th at the Senate committee, where there will be a vote on the bill. Then if individuals wanted to subscribe to changes in the bill, your office could direct them on how to get online and make that subscription so that they're held completely up to date and those kinds of things. So that's simply what I have to say. I have a lot of comments for later, but I'll hold it at that, just making sure that we, you know, fully apprise people of the opportunity to be the most effective in inserting their comments.
Yes,
Thank
and I
you.
appreciate that because there's nothing worse than 1,000 people bombarding an office that has no say in what the hearing is going to do. They need to be talking to the committee members of the Government and Finance Committee on May 10th, and as I know, I was told I think it's the only thing on that agenda that day.
Okay, great. And that's a really good point. And we did have that at our previous meeting under public comment, is that there were taxpayers who were saying, well, I've contacted my representative, but my representative says that they're going to be far down the line. But really, when individuals comment to the first committee, then they are getting onto that train.
Yes, absolutely.
I had a quick question. I know I had an opportunity to speak to some folks, I guess different advocates that are, some that were in support, some were against. And they raised one question, and I was, I guess I wanted to ask you, as you're doing your research, and it's probably a question for our legal team, but you may know the answer as well. Is it your understanding that under the old, before Prop 19, I guess, was passed, that an individual who, let's say, is sitting on 5 properties and happens to have 5 kids that they want to will those over to, that they could actually will one to each individual without a tax burden?
I don't believe that's how the law is written. The law is written the principal residence.
That's what I thought, but it's just for one, isn't it?
Yes, the principal residence.
With or without Prop 19?
Of the parent.
Right.
With the current Prop 19 in place, the principal resident of the residence of the parent is the only one that can be, if the child moves into that,
Right.
they can assume it until they move out, and then it's immediately undone.
Reassess.
Yes.
Now, that's under the current law.
Right.
Prior to this one passing Prop 19, what was a parent allowed to do? Were they able to do multiple homes? to
If
multiple?
you had rental properties, you could transfer it under Prop 8 or Prop 13 to just like you would transfer your principal residence. So it's like a business. Same
Right.
thing with the business, and that's where a lot of people. My wife is a tax person, so she sits on the front lines of surprise taxpayers, and so you see this where they thought they were going to be inheriting a business with a building, and the building turns into such an expensive albatross that they can't perform the business anymore, and they're out, and so it addresses those. The way that Prop 13 used to address those.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Oh, yeah, Vice Chair.
And I'm going to throw a disclaimer that I'm probably one of the few people that are not attorneys in the legislature.
Okay.
So
That's rare. I know
as
it's
I
rare.
understand it, that's how it works. And in my experience, I've seen that process, and they get the cost basis of the home gets redone. But this is separate from the property tax value.
Appreciate the disclaimer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, and then I know Member Gates has. Oh, go ahead.
I
Vice Chair.
appreciate the disclaimer as well, because I used to be the only non-attorney sitting on the Judiciary Committee.
Yes, that's always fun, huh?
But both my parents were attorneys, and I survived, so there's something to that. And a question that I have gotten from the assessors that I've talked with is, would your bill be, how would it deal with individual taxpayers that have, or an estate that has already gone through the process during the years that Prop 19 has been effective?
Right. In other words, is there retroactivity back to the beginning of Prop 19? And I think that's something that needs to be included into the ballot is asking people, should we go back and do that? Because there's, from a legal perspective, I believe they act on what they have at the time, which kind of is kind of messed up if you're in that 2 or 3 year window where this was in effect, because that is the law, in fact, right now. And then going forward from there. So it would be a matter of whether the legislature had any appetite for going back and undoing that part and then trying to figure that out, which can be also kind of difficult.
Yeah, and I guess I've heard both from some of our assessors that it would be a complete nightmare going backwards, and others saying that they've already kept a list in case it has to go backwards. But, for me, that's the difficulty of ensuring that you have the most stable policy possible, because people were making perhaps non-reversible decisions.
Right.
Based on what the situation was at that time.
Right, and those decisions had to be made due to death.
Right.
And that, which is kind of stressful. And I absolutely sympathize with them, and I wish we had been able to catch this much earlier and been able to try to address it. I'm not going to say I'm going to be successful addressing it. Take us 2/3 vote in both houses to get through and get back on the ballot. But there does seem to be a lot of momentum on both sides. I have bipartisan support for some of this, and so we'll see how much that manifests itself in the future votes in our committees.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Gaines, go ahead.
I just wanted you to be aware that, we set up a special tab on our website for Prop 19. We just got an update this morning. I think it was 466,000 inquiries since we set that up on our website. So there's a lot of interest and a lot of questions, and we've received a lot of complaints ever since it passed, as people realize that they've got a totally different situation than they anticipated.
Right.
So,
Well, we will try to address that for them.
thank you.
I appreciate it. Other questions? Seeing no other questions, I know some of us have some questions for our legal team, but we'll ask those later. Appreciate your time, and I know you have a real busy schedule, and for the opportunity to come in person.
Well, I really appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to talk about this. It's probably one of the most important legislative efforts that I have done so far, being in the Assembly the first 2 years and now in the Senate. And it's very important to a lot of people, especially in areas where I used to work down in LA and South Central LA area. And because I recognize what they've done to be successful and what they need to continue to do, and we're taking that away from them.
No, I appreciate it. I get a lot of those calls back in LA.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I could imagine. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All righty.
Mr. Keddy.
I'm not quite sure if they're on the teams, but we'll call it out. Our next speaker is the Honorable Amador County Assessor, Jim Rooney. I'm not so sure if he's on. Let's see if we could see. Do we have someone on Teams? Let me see here. No, so Mr. Rooney is not currently on Teams at this time, and he was slated to be our next speaker. Did you want to go back to the questions that you had earlier that we waited for to ask Mr.?
Yes, if there's we have nobody else. I just didn't want to hold somebody up that might be waiting. We don't have anybody else.
We
but
have no other
Rooney was the only
speakers.
one? Okay.
Yep.
All right, well, let me ask my questions and then see if by some chance he comes back on. And I don't know if maybe it's for Mr. Nanjo or somebody on your legal team there. No, we get both of them up here.
Between Mr. Young and myself, I'm
You
hopeful
should
we
be
can
able to
answer
get
your
it.
question, yeah.
Yeah, it was brought to my attention these last couple of days when I was talking to folks, especially as it centers around this particular I guess it's SCA4. And somebody brought up to my attention that before Prop 19, and I think I saw your head nodding back there, that you couldn't will over more than one property if you own, let's say, 4 or 5, and you happen to have 4 or 5 kids, to each individual without, I mean, you could will it to them,
Right.
but that they would be only one of them would be exempt, not all 4 or 5.
Yeah, you are correct. So prior to Prop 19, Prop 58 and 193 were in effect. So they had the same requirement for the primary residence. If you were to do it in a will, you would have to designate one as their primary residence. But the difference is that under Prop 58 and 193, the old way, you actually had another provision in there. You had $1 million of assessed value of other property. So whether that other property is a secondary home, a vacation home, or a small business with a building, that would qualify under the other property. And then you can, it's base year. You have up to $1 million in base year to also qualify for that 58 and 193 provision. So you could under the old one. Under new 19, there is no other property. It's just your primary residence, and it has to be the primary residence of both the transferor and the transferee. So it does remove some of those benefits from the old one.
But it's only for the million, which would only cover one more, let's say, like you said, you have 5.
Yeah.
So one of them is the primary.
Sure.
So you get that one.
Yes.
Then the million would cover potentially a second property.
It could.
What about the other 3?
It depends on what your base year value is on the other three. So let's hypothetically, you have one primary residence. Before, under the old rules, there was no limit. If it was your primary residence and it's going to be a primary residence, and you're going to transfer it to a qualified heir, then they'll get that base year value without a value cap. So you're not touching your million. You have 4 more homes. The next one, its base year value is 200,000. So you can use 200,000, give that to the next heir. They would get the base year value associated with that property. You've now used up 20% of your $1 million. So your next one is a really nice home. Its base year value is $700,000. So now you've used 200,000 plus 700,000, that's 900,000. You have now 100,000 left of your other property that you can transfer. And on your next property you want to transfer, let's say it's equivalent to the second one, it's 200,000 on your base year, you only get half. You've used now your full $1 million. So there's $200,000. You can apply $1 million. You can apply $100,000 to it. You used half of it, and the other half gets reassessed. And the very last property, you've used up your full $1 million. You have nothing here. That one, when you transfer it over, will get reassessed.
Will get reassessed.
Yes.
Okay. So they were correct, I guess, when they were saying that, because I was thinking that you were able to do if you had 4 or 5 kids, each one would get one, but not necessarily.
Well, it depends on the
It
value.
all depends on the value, right?
Right.
Because once you exhaust the $1 million, you could exhaust it on the second property, right? If it's a real
Correct.
expensive
Right,
one.
yeah.
And then you're out of luck, or your
Right.
kids would be out of luck for the other 3.
Yeah.
Correct.
Correct. So if the properties are all, let's say you, by some very happy circumstance, they all in the base year fit under $1 million, then you can transfer all of them.
All of them.
But usually not.
But that's
So,
not gonna happen.
It's a little tough. It depends on the area. Part of the board's function is we actually act as a clearinghouse. We track how much of that $1 million exclusion that you use. We've been tracking it since the inception of Parent-Child Prop 58 and 193, and we still maintain it because there's still transactions that have happened when that law was still in effect that just has not been reported or worked by the county assessors. So we still do that.
So how far back do you go?
We go back to the beginning of Prop 58. There was that requirement in there. I believe we have records all the way back to the very beginning of that law.
Wow. Okay. No, you answered my question. That was the one, and then because when he posed that, I wasn't sure, I wasn't clear, and I couldn't answer it. But so as long as once you hit the cap, so like you said, which is kind of a challenge, I guess, especially if you're looking at some of these high-end areas.
Right.
You probably hit it, maybe the first or second property after the one.
As Dave mentioned, it kind of depends on what the base year value is. So if the family has owned the houses for quite some time, chances are they're probably going to do much better than if, the properties were recently acquired, for lack of a better term.
Oh, so if, let's say they own, like you said, if they owned it for 30 years, obviously the base year value is a lot lower.
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
Correct. Yes.
okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? Of course. Do you want to see, let's see if Mr. Rooney's back. If not, I guess we can move on.
Yeah, I don't have him on Teams. We're monitoring it,
Oh,
but
it
he
hasn't
has
popped-
not
okay.
joined on the Teams yet. I will be notified as soon as he does, but I don't see anything.
Why don't we can hold this item, right? Why don't we just hold in case he gets back on a little bit later, and we can go back to our agenda?
We have a couple issues we could do. We
Yes.
have, on this item, we have quite a few written comments that have to be read into the record.
Oh, well, let's do that.
We haven't we usually take the written comments after we've heard public comments. So we could do that, but you guys haven't taken a motion or anything, or if you're not going to do that, we could just take a public comment based on the speakers. So I think we need to kind of make a decision. Are you guys going to take a motion on these? Or you just want to take public comment on people because of the presenters?
Well, let me, I think I have a reading on the board, but let me throw it out and then see what the members feel. It sounds like there's a consensus, especially on the first two bills. And then when we get to SCA 4, I think we might want to separate that one out for right now, if we could do that. And I see a hand over here on my right from our controller. Deputy
Chairman,
Controller.
thank you. Just want to also commend you and your staff for bringing these important pieces of legislation forward. At this time, the controller has not taken an official position on these three pieces of legislation, nor have I had the chance to brief her or the legislative team. So I will be abstaining on her behalf. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Lieber, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I had a question. Was the speaker that we were still anticipating to speak on AB 362 or AB 1492, or were they?
SB4, SBA 4.
SCA
SCA
4. And so will we be taking up 362 and 1492?
That was my recommendation.
Okay.
Because I think there's a consensus there.
Yeah, I think if we take public comment just on SB 20 and SB 734, that there are probably a significant number of people who are waiting to comment on SCA 4, and they'll be trying to comment. So I'd like to suggest that we take all the public comment at once, just for efficiency's sake. So maybe we should keep on going through 362 and 1492, if that's what you'd like to do.
Those items were stricken from the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Those other two items that you had, I don't have my agenda handy here. Let me take a look at it really quickly, that were removed from the agenda for discussion. So those other two legislative items were not. AB 362 and AB 1492 were removed from the agenda, so of course we cannot discuss them.
Okay, that makes
at this
it
time.
a lot clearer, then we don't have to worry about that.
So if you would like to take public comment based on the speakers at this time, or did you want to take a motion?
Well, I was suggesting that maybe we take, well, you know what, let me make a motion on the first two and see if that goes anywhere. Which was the SB, I guess it was 20?
Yep.
And
SB 20.
SB 734. I like to move those in support now, because I guess we're still waiting. And I have a second from my vice chair. Is there any comments or questions on any of those? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Chiketi, do we have any written comments on those two, I guess?
No, we do not
Okay.
have any written comments
And
on
why don't we
those
check
two.
with AT&T, and then we'll move forward on those two, at least.
Okay. So we don't have anyone in the audience who wanted to come make a comment on those two. We will go to the AT&T moderator now then. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding SB 20 and SB 734?
If you would like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. And we do have a few comments in queue. First, we'll go to Carol Atia. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm speaking on SCA 4. Is this the appropriate time?
No, not right now. We'll come back to that. Right now, we're just dealing with.
Okay, thank you. I'll wait.
Thank you.
All righty, AT&T.
Next, we'll go to. Oh, sorry.
Nope, I'm just going to allow you to go to the next one.
Oh, thank you. Next, we will go to Suzanne Carlos.
That's me.
And Suzanne Carlos, your line is open.
Thank you. My comments are in regards to SCA4, so this might not be the appropriate time to speak.
Yes, well, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
And next we'll go to Tricia Crane. Tricia Crane, your
Hello?
line is open. Hello, your line is
Oh,
open.
hi. Thank you so much. I'm an advocate for both homeowners and renters in my Santa Monica community, and on their behalf of both communities of Santa Monicans, we're asking for you to support SCA 4. We all know that California is in the midst of a housing.
Tricia, we'll come right back to that one.
Hello.
We singled that one out for right now.
Misunderstanding.
Okay,
I'm
we'll
so
come back
sorry.
to you though.
Okay.
Thanks.
And we have a comment from Rob Shazaleen. Please go ahead.
Yes, I guess I'm also in the queue for SCA4 as well, so you probably want to put me back on hold.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. We have no written comments on.
No, they can't.
On items SB 20 and SB 734. So we have Chair Vasquez has made a motion and Vice Chair Lieber has seconded that the board members support SB 20 and SB 734 as published today.
Yes.
All righty, so I will take roll.
Chair Vasquez, before you process
Yes.
the vote.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to make sure that we have clarification, if, should this pass, as we draft the support letter. Vice Chair Lieber, can you restate some of your concerns that you would like to be included in the letter?
Well, as drafted currently, the bills include the extremely low income, very low income, and low income categories. So I'd like to cast our support as for that at this time, rather than if median income is added into it. I think there's a consensus for the extremely low, very low, low income.
Okay. I think I understand, and we'll be able to put that letter together. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, we'll take the roll then. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer? Aye. Deputy Controller Emron?
Abstain.
Thank you.
All right, so we do have a majority there. We'll move forward with this. Now, let's go ahead and go back to SCA 4. And we don't have any, well, the Mr. Rooney, was he going to speak on?
I don't believe he's coming. Have
But
we heard-
was he going to speak on SCA 4, or was he?
He was a.
Oh, he was. I believe he
assessor.
was, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Okay. And, well, let me just bring that back up to the members. So I know there's some concerns here now, and I have no problem putting it off if we need to, so we can get these answers. And I know, Vice Chair, let me let you go ahead and take this.
Yeah, I would strongly prefer that we let it go to its very first policy hearing, so that some of the questions that we have are fleshed out. I think we've seen from our own experience, and as Mr. Gaines pointed out, almost 500,000 inquiries over the web. And I think that we all see the interest in policy being fair, clear, stable, consistent. And I'm really interested to see what this committee does on May 10th. I will definitely be there for that hearing. And I think that it needs to be addressed, whether it's prospective, retroactive. I know that some of the advocacy community who were taking various sides had committed in some way to create funding in the budget of last year for the special districts in terms of fire needs, and then that did not happen. And so the questions that are out there, for me, I would really appreciate it if we can let this ventilate until our next meeting and then take it up from there.
No, I appreciate it, and having gone through Prop 19 in 2018, and actually the beginnings of it, and then in 2020, I know the original document that was out totally changed by the time it hit the floor. So I have no problem. And then I understand also, our deputy controller mentioned that he needs a little bit of time to also talk to the controllers. So, and I'd like to have all of us have that opportunity once we hear from, especially these hearings, and with our respective other colleagues, as it moves and potentially changes, that we get hopefully close to the finished product or the final product before we take a position. Because I know many of us have been working real hard on 19, and I want to make sure this thing does the right thing. I'd hate to see us support something, all of a sudden it forms into something totally different, and we're on record already, right?
Yeah, I mean, as it.
Remember, Gaines, I know you've gone through this already.
Yeah, based on how it's described, I'm supportive of it, but I think your concerns are valid, and we can get a better indication through the hearing, and then we can always proceed forward in endorsing it at that
Exactly.
point. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Great. So with that, I guess, Mr. Rogers, do we just have to formally table it, or what do we do here? To keep it alive, but not let it die, I guess. What would you suggest we do?
Chairman Vasquez, I think you can close it out for this one,
Oh,
and
we
then
could?
just have it open, as added to the agenda for next month or whenever you want to discuss it again or held another session on it. That being said, I believe our ledge group is going to kind of follow this along as well. So
Okay.
we'll be giving you reports on that through our normal channels.
And I know we have people on the line that want to speak on this. Is it I guess, are we?
Yeah, it's appropriate to let them have their
Have them say-
speak, and also any written comments received should be read into the record.
Into the record. All right, while we do that, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Lieber, I'm sorry.
A quick question. It's of the utmost importance to me that people be apprised of their opportunities to speak and to hear what's said at the legislative committees. Is there any way that we can add to our Proposition 19 page, or
Like website or something?
indicate in some way that there are hearings on this? I don't know if that would be appropriate, since the bill is not passed law now at this point. So I just want to see, are there any ways that we can get that information to people?
We cannot link the hearing. We
Okay.
could probably say something like we already have on our Prop 19 sheet, legislation. I do believe we have a tab that reference pending legislation for Prop 19.
Okay.
So we can take some steps to make sure, if it's not already there, that SEA 4 is referenced. But it would be up
Probably
to,
note the hearing coming up on that.
we could, but dates change.
Yeah, that's true. We'd have to put a subject to change on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a little disclaimer or something.
I think that'd be helpful.
I think that would
yeah.
be very helpful, and just so that, individuals are apprised of it, and they do have that opportunity to subscribe to the bill so that they get changes, because people may hear there's a bill, but they don't know the number, and they're phoning various offices asking, has anything changed? Are there,
Yeah, Yes, this is Peter Kim, BOE's Chief Communications Officer. Thank you for that question. From my understanding, right now on our Prop 19 webpage, we do have the two bills related to Prop 19 on there with the BOE analysis. As the members know, with the California Legislative Info website, you could actually get tracking of any specific bill you'd like. And it does give you notice of when the next hearing is set. So constituents already have that opportunity through the legislature.
Can we give that information, though, as to where they would need to go to get that? I mean, there's a website address or something of that sort?
And it's actually listed on our tab as well,
Okay.
on our Prop 19 tab. On the bottom, it says, for further information, click on the California Legislative Information site.
Okay.
And then that's where they could go. In addition to clicking on the bill number itself, which would go actually to SCA 4, and then in the tabs that they have there, there's a track function where they could enter their email address and get updates as it goes.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. That's
Very
great.
good.
Thank you.
One more question of
Sure, go ahead.
clarity,
No,
if
it's-
I could. Could we, on SCA 4, can we put this on the agenda just as
Oh, yes,
a matter of
that's-
routine for next month?
I
And-
plan to, yeah.
Okay. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
because
Yeah.
the hearing's on the 10th, and we'll be meeting after that.
Yeah.
Correct.
So
Okay.
hopefully, unless they move it, we should have some good updates.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Vasquez. Thank you, Vice Chair Lieber and members.
Thank you. So I guess, do we start with reading into the record first, or the public comment?
Public comment.
Let's do the public comment, because I know we have people waiting.
Yeah. All righty, so I'm going to make an acknowledgement that there is no one in the audience who's wants to come forward to make a public comment on SCA 4. So we're going to go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, can you please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding item 16 with reference to SCA 4?
If you would like to provide public comment regarding SCA 4, please press 10 at this time. And first, we will go to Megan Subers. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez and BOE board members. Really appreciate the conversation this afternoon. My name is Megan Subers. I'm speaking on behalf of the California Professional Firefighters to communicate our opposition to SCA 4. The California Professional Firefighters represents more than 34,000 career firefighting and emergency medical services personnel statewide. This measure repeals portions of Prop 19, which was adopted by the voters in 2020 and was supported by the CPF. As you know, Proposition 19 enacted several reforms to California's property tax law. First, it expanded provisions to protect homeowners and vulnerable groups such as seniors, wildfire victims, severely disabled by expanding the ability for homeowners to exercise a base year value transfer from one county to another. It also included the second provision to revise the property tax reassessment requirements on inherited properties. These important changes adjust how properties that are transferred between parents or grandparents and their children or grandchildren will be reassessed. And reforming the intergenerational transfer policies were subject to significant discussion in the legislature and were subject to a 2017 LAO report which suggested the legislature may want to revisit the inheritance exclusion. Under Prop 19, the revenue generated by these provisions is dedicated to local governments and the critical services they provide, including fire and other public safety services. The LAO performed another analysis of Prop 19 and found that some of the provisions of the proposition decrease property tax, others increase them, which on balance is likely to create a net positive on property tax collection. Property tax revenue is vital to support local services, including firefighting, emergency medical services, and education. And for these reasons, CPF is respectfully opposed to SCA 4. Thank you for the opportunity to share a perspective with you today.
Thank you. Oh, is it?
Next, we'll go to
We
Jen
will do
Kilroy.
All right, before we go, AT&T operator, can you hold on 1 second, please? I just
Sure.
wanted to make sure the chairman, Mr. Vasquez, knows that there are 17 people in the queue to do, and I have about 20 items to read into the record. Did you want to change the time per person, or do you want to still continue to keep it at 3 minutes?
What
You want to
is-
reduce it
Are
to?
we, I guess I'm looking at our attorney. Do we have the power, I don't want to cut people off, but do we have that right to when there's that many speakers, to limit it to a minute or a minute and a half, or I don't know, what's the rule on this?
Yes, so Chairman Vasquez, as part of your authority as chair, you do have the authority to limit speakers to a lesser amount of time. So you can do either 2 minutes or a minute and a half, whatever is your pleasure.
Why don't we do a minute and a half? Because I know people have been waiting, and at the end of the day, for those that are in the queue, we are going to take this up next month as well, so they'll have another opportunity at it, right? Depending on what happens on.
That is
the
correct,
hearing.
and they're always free to submit written comments as well. So
Okay.
thank you.
If people are comfortable with that, we'll go with the minute and a half.
Quick question, if I could.
Member Gaines, go ahead,
what
I'm
are
sorry.
your thoughts about asking questions? So we have callers coming in. Can we ask questions too? And
I don't think we can legally get in a dialogue, but we could ask maybe staff. Is that what are you referring to
Well,
staff or to the speakers?
to the callers.
Or to
Yeah,
the
can
callers?
we respond to the callers?
You could, because this is an agendized item, you
We could, I
can
guess.
ask clarifying questions to the callers.
Okay.
But given the number of callers and comments that you have, be careful because you could burn up a lot of time doing that, obviously.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Could I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
I don't know if Megan's still on the line with California
firefighters?
Professional Firefighters.
Go ahead, see if she picks it up.
Megan, are you there?
We have to ask the AT&T moderator, is the last caller still on the line to be able to open up her line?
I'm going to try to locate the line. Just one moment, please.
Thank you.
That's AT&T. That's the operator that's organizing the calls.
Oh, it looks like she disconnected.
Okay.
She may be listening, maybe if she comes back
Yeah,
on,
just
we'll call her.
one thing that I would like clarification on would be, is that position steadfast, or is there any room for negotiation?
With the firefighters, you mean?
With the firefighters, given the many challenges we're having with our constituents. So I'll just leave that question out there, and maybe we can get a response at some point. All right, thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, let's go to our
Yeah.
next speaker.
I just want to make a statement then. From this point forward, we're allowing the call-in public comments to be 1 minute, 30 seconds. We also ask that everyone please state their name and please speak slowly and clearly so that you could be recorded by the hearing reporter. Thank you.
We're good.
So AT&T moderator, could you start to begin the people on the queue?
Yes. Next, we will go to Jen Kilroy. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I joined the annual meeting last summer in person up in Sacramento. It was a great experience to meet some of you folks and talk about the Proposition 19 impact. I have just 3 kind of general points to make. I think today's dialogue about Proposition 19 illustrates beautifully that even our government representatives are not totally versed on the wicked impacts that this proposition is going to have. And I'm totally empathetic. You have very busy jobs. There are oodles of bills to track, but the magnitude of this impact is going to be catastrophic in my eyes. I think it will change the fabric of this great state far for the worse. And 95% of people in the state have no idea it's coming or it's here. I was a signature gatherer when we were trying to get this put back on the ballot. Very troubling to me was, the deceit that was used by the groups backing this proposition were incredibly deceptive. They played on the heartstrings of disabled people and fire victims without being forthright of what was being given up. The fact that you were making a major trade of something that was in place for 35 years in our state. And ironically, the putting forth of this bill will actually impact, or has already, quite a few disabled people that were banking on getting their family home.
All righty, excuse
I
me,
think
Ms. Gilroy, time has expired.
can I have 30 more seconds, please? I just think the Attorney General should police
you.
this. We shouldn't have deceptive stuff. And my biggest concern is the rental market, the mom and pops that serve the school teachers, that serve the garbage collectors. That all of those affordable housing units are being wiped out by this. Nobody's talking about that. Nobody's looking at that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's going to be tough
And
for people to
next
hold
we'll-
it down to a minute and a half.
Next, we'll go to Karen DeLumi. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I am for SCA 4. I have a disabled relative. I am a mom and pop with rentals. And we get hit. My family gets hit once I am no longer here. This thing was very deceptive. Even the person who did the changes last minute referred to, I guess there's some collateral damage. It was so badly thought out, the way it was able to overturn something that normally takes 2/3 of a vote. I mean, it just boils my blood that this thing even passed without the right amount of thought. I could go on and on. I think it's a very sad day for California if this thing does not get overturned. And our community needs people of all levels, and basically you're pushing them out. And as someone who rents to people who are on assistance, you're basically going to be paying twice. I have to either raise the rent or the people who if housing decides they don't want to pay the higher rent, well, I can't rent to them anymore. So we lose on the whole thing having to do with affordable housing in so many ways. And my disabled relative,
Ms. DeLumi, your time has
very
expired.
well turned his place into.
Excuse me, Ms. DeLumi, your time has expired. Thank you.
And next, we'll go to Jennifer Kennedy. Please go ahead.
Hi there, this is Jennifer Kennedy. I'm an attorney in Pasadena in Southern California. I've been an advocate against Prop 19 since the 2020 election, and I'm so glad, thank you so much to Senator Sayardo and the co-authors for introducing this SCA 4. I agree with every adjective used so far, including wicked, catastrophic, devastating wipeouts, because that is what Prop 19 has been to our 35 years of protection that we had, extending Prop 13 protections to transfers of property between parents and children. And the campaign, again, for Prop 19 was so deceptive. It had so many moving parts, and it misled the California voters. And so I really would love to see SCA 4 be approved. I do hope on May 10th that the Governance and Finance Committee actually allows it to be heard, because you might remember Senator Pat Bates had introduced SB 668 to create a grace period to Prop 19. And back then in 2021, that committee held the bill. They didn't even allow it to have a hearing to create a grace period. So my fingers are crossed that they actually give this a hearing. I fully support the repeal of this horrible, pathetic excuse for a parent-child transfer exclusion that Prop 19 dreamed up. And I sincerely hope that we can see the reinstatement of Prop 98 and those protections for property transfers. That's what our California
Ms.
families
Kennedy, your
deserve
time has
to
expired.
create
Thank you.
generational wealth. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Mary Elisa. Please go ahead.
This is Mary Eliza speaking on behalf of the Mission Street neighbors in San Francisco. We support SCA 4, and now that I've heard some of the details, I'm kind of appalled in a way that what we're hearing about the huge number of inquiries, the fact that I guess there's been no money that's actually gone to the recipients, or if there has been, it would be really good to have that in the next report at the next meeting that you hold. And I guess I just do want to thank you for having this information and letting us know how to respond to this. in writing when we file our position papers. That's a really good thing to know. And I guess if I were going to buy property for my kids, I would definitely not want it to be in the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we will go to Rob Shazaleen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rob Shazline, and I'm a third-generation San Franciscan, and was fortunate enough to have parents that could help me buy my first house in 1992, where I still live. But my parents were not occupiers of the house, and we went in on it 50-50. So now, when my mom passed away in 2022, I'm going to take a huge catastrophic increase in my property taxes. We also own a small business that was owned by the family. The same thing is going to happen. We're not high income earners. We're just moderate income people. And this is going to be devastating, just financially devastating to people like us who don't fit that little thing where you get an exemption. I feel like this is Prop 13 being repealed completely because it is going to really impact us financially. And I hope that there's a chance that this can be fully repealed because we don't qualify for any of the exemptions because my mom didn't live there when she passed away. So we're stuck holding the bag. Thank you very much for letting me have a chance to voice my opinion.
Thank you.
Next we'll hear from Rachel Remet. Please go ahead.
I'm a native Californian. I live with my family of origin, so this has been my home for about 50 years. My career is an artist. I am a low income, but I bring great joy to others with my work. One of the main reasons I can be an artist is because I live at home. To help financially in the future, my mother had advised that I could rent out a room or the house. With Prop 19, that option is gone. Upon my mother's death, the taxes will be so high, I may have to sell my house. What would I be able to afford in California? I may have to move out of state, leaving the only home I've ever known. My mother's just had a heart attack, and I know that our time is limited. And I'm terrified that I will lose my home. I'm asking for my protections back. Please support SCA4. If I can't pay, I can't stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Tricia Crane. Please go ahead.
Hi there. As an advocate for both homeowners and renters in my Santa Monica community, I'm asking for you to support SCA4. If not now, then when you have heard the legislature weigh in. We are in the midst of a housing affordability crisis, and it would do great harm to allow Prop 19 to stand when we will have an opportunity, hopefully, to fix it. The most affordable housing is the housing you and your family live in, and that's a good thing. SCA4 will leave the Prop 19 portability provision in place, which I think a lot of people were sold on when it was marketed, but it will repair the damage caused by Prop 19 for families and our children and grandchildren. We had a meeting at which LA County Assessor Jeff Krang described it as a dumpster fire, and he said it won by votes only by deception. He told our community group that it has failed to generate the revenues promised to firefighters and local government. So SCA4 will create stability for homeowners and renters who will be displaced because apartment building owners will be forced to sell their properties to avoid high taxes arising from Prop 19. So as an advocate for all people, please protect all of us and support SCA4 when the time comes. Thank you for your service and thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Sharon Kramer. Please go ahead.
Thank you for taking my comments. I'll try to keep them brief. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I am asking for your support for SCA4, and I am in a full agreement with all the comments that have been stated because I understand them and I've been on this whole road. Our family, like hundreds of thousands of others of Californians, has been negatively impacted by the changes that were included in Prop 19. After caring for my elderly mother with dementia for 7 years in our family home, our modest family home, my mother passed away just 2 months after the hastily and poorly written Prop 19 was implemented. As you know, only 2 months after that was when it was enacted. So we all had to scramble and work to just understand that new law, all the while during the pandemic when every county and state offices and most businesses were completely closed. Parents were locked away in convalescent homes, and we were left distressed. So many radical changes hit us at that time. And it was wrong to have this one implemented as it was. It was completely wrong. All of our family homes were put in jeopardy, and I worked very, very hard. And so it may not be retroactive,
Ms.
and I'm
Kramer,
not
your
even calling for
time has
myself.
expired.
I'm calling on behalf of all of Californians that.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Alice Quay. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Alice Quay, and board members, thank you for the opportunity to hear us out. I'd like to express my very strong support for SBA 4. Since Prop 19 went into effect, I have seen huge negative impacts to people across California. People, when right after their parents pass, they get hit with this huge property tax bill, and this impacts especially the seniors and those with no earning capability, and even those with moderate income. They cannot afford the huge property tax bill, and they are forced to move out of their property and sell the property. And not only houses, people with houses are impacted, but I believe family businesses are also impacted. Myself, I was a new immigrant to California over 4 decades ago, and my family have worked very, very hard to sustain here in California. Mother's already 91 years old. We love to stay in California. We want our children to stay in California. So I'm urging you to please, please support SCA 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Ollie Ludwig. Please go ahead.
Question of clarification, if I could just.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Member Gaines.
If we could have Mr. Cicchetti, could you maybe give him 15 seconds warning prior to, I know you in some cases you've done that, but if we could just consistently do that so they can wrap up. I hate to have someone cut off in the middle of a sentence.
That's good.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, and Chairman Vasquez and the board members. I'm calling in support of SCA 4. My mother died 13 days after the deadline, but be that as it may, she had always imagined that, she'd rent to a student who could barely afford life and was trying to get ahead, and we always wanted to honor that. Now, I don't want to dwell too much on my own sob story. I would move instantly back to California to have fallen within that 1 year deadline. But I work in Valley Forge, Pennsylvania for Vanguard Group, the wonderful asset management company, which is all about, giving the middle class an opportunity. And it's that middle class question that I really want to emphasize before I conclude. That's what's at stake here is the fate of the middle class in the Golden State. I love the Golden State. Even though I don't live there, I dream about it every day. What's going to be left if this law remains, the law that Prop 19 engendered, is going to be a very wealthy class and a very poor class, and it will gut the middle class. And I don't want to emphasize my sob story about how Prop 19 changed everything. I want to emphasize that the middle class in California is what the magic of the Golden State is all about.
15-second warning, Mr.
Take that
Ludwig.
away.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
the middle class away from California, and that's it. Game over. So SCA 4 is a good chance for a do-over because COVID-19 and the crazy election of 2020 people weren't paying attention to the salient issues. This will give them a chance to do so. Thank you.
And next, we'll hear from Roberta Dax Rundenau. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I actually read Proposition 19 and voted against it, but unfortunately, not many people read past the wildfire benefits to seniors. So I'm in Los Angeles. I'm also in Lake Arrowhead. Lake Arrowhead, people there don't know either. It is a resort community, second homes, generationally passed from generation to generation. They don't know what's coming. It will be devastating to small communities like that have enjoyed their family homes. And if there's, more than one child, that's not the primary home, obviously. So this is really, it was devious. And hearing about this $1 million value from Proposition 58 and 193, our real estate values in California have gone through the roof. Maybe the $1 million needs to be adjusted there as well. I'm a housing provider, mom and pop. I have a couple of them, and I provide good service. When I'm gone and that market value takes over again, my son that I worked so hard to pass this on, he will have to sell it, and who knows who will buy it. But please support SCA 4. It needs your support. It needs the entire legislature's support to help California. And
15-second
people don't
warning.
know what's coming, and that's heartbreak. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Inga Doimer. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I am a native Californian, and now I'm a senior. And the only reason I have a roof over my head is because of my grandfather. I have been here in the house that he purchased the year I was born all this time. And when I inherited in the 70s, thank God it's been here for me. I don't know how to tell you what it's meant and the fact that I have it and a roof over my head now. I am just appalled at what happened. I went out and tabled and had petitions signed and whatever to try and inform the public on a really devious ballot measure that was, I was also the first female firefighter back in my 20s, and I'm certainly not there. And I, as a firefighter, wouldn't have supported this stupid bill. So I really encourage you, my little city is the gentrification that has happened. People come in from out of
15-second
area
warning.
and buy up a property for $1 million, and yes, the middle class or the lower poor people are gutted by this bill. So please support SCA 4. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we will hear from Evan Chris. Please go ahead.
Yes, I'm writing in strong support of SCA 4. I believe that Proposition 19 was it was a very, very poorly written bill in which, most people, when they're looking at the countless propositions on the California ballot, don't always have time to read them all thoroughly. I, on the other hand, do, and a lot of people call me to ask me what they mean. And the way Prop 19 was worded, it sounded great. Hey, yeah, help the wildfires, you want more funds for that, help seniors and disabled people. And they did not read the part about Prop 19, in Prop 19 where it affected the property values. I am also a proud member of the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association, and I asked them how much of that money, that wildfire relegated money, actually went to, working and helping with the wildfire situation. They told me none to date. I would like to know where the hell that money is. What is it being used for? And why are you taking homes away from people? I moved in with my mother 10 years ago. We bought that house in 1972. I'm in Northern California. I moved in with her 10 years ago.
15-second warning.
And I stayed with her for those 10 years, taking care of her until she passed in 2022. And then I was slammed with a tax bill 5 times what she had to pay. This is wrong. Please address this situation. Restore Prop 58, restore Prop 13, repeal the death tax penalty in Prop 13, in the Prop 19 that overrode the Prop 13 benefits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Vaughn McGuire. Please go ahead.
Hey, everybody. Vaughn McGuire. First, I'd like to thank Senator Ciarto and the other co-sponsors. Regardless of how this shakes out, I'm really grateful to see somebody standing up for the middle class in California. Also very grateful for Howard Jarvis, the Taxpayers Association. In our case, Prop 19 literally unwound 42 years worth of very careful planning on my mother's behalf. I was born permanently disabled, which, you can put in the negative column. In the positive column, though, I had a mom that was very conscientious of her son's needs. And when I'm 54 now, when I was 12 years old, my mom realized my son may not be able to work for very long. His body, he just has too many issues. And when I was 12 years old, she bought a duplex with the idea that if we ever actually got it paid off, that I would have income when she was gone. And my mom did not make a lot of money. She was a nurse back when nurses didn't make very much, but still managed to do this. Eventually got the mortgage paid off. And when I was 44 years old, so 10 years ago, my body just blew apart and I couldn't work anymore. And in the last 10 years, I've been relying on the income stream from that property for me to pay my rent. And,
15-second warning.
Prop 19 passes. Thank you very much. Prop 19 passed. Now I will eventually be taxed out of the building when she's gone. Not only that, we have 2 low-rent tenants that are under rent control that will also likely be forced out. So it will take away my income stream, unwind 44 years of planning, and likely displace 2 low-rent tenants. I don't see how this is helping the state of California whatsoever. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go to Carol Attia. Please go ahead.
Well, I would like to thank all the speakers and echo their sentiments. I'm a senior. 20 years ago, I was fortunate enough to have inherited the house I grew up in from my parents. Because the house was already 44 years old, I spent a substantial amount of money upgrading it before renting it. The property tax is reasonable, which is what I inherited from my parents, and I'm able to keep the rent below market rate. My tenants are happy, and there's minimal turnover. If the property tax were to go up, I would have to double or triple the rent, and I'm sure the young people living there would leave. California has the dishonor of having more homeless inhabitants than any other state in the country. Raising the tax on real property will only increase homelessness, and property owners will be forced to raise the rents, and tenants of moderate means, like the people who just spoke, will have to move. Increased homelessness will lead to increased crime. Please, please vote to move SCA 4 to the ballot. And we all appreciate your time and your listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we'll go to Sed Young. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I just want to give a shout out to Vice Chair Sally Lieber, who I voted for. And thank you for all your great questions. I do support SCA 4. Prop 19 had sneaky ballot language, and I'm embarrassed that the California Association of Realtors gave a major lobbying donation to get this thing passed. I am a realtor, but I voted against this bill, but only because I saw this in the long ballot language booklet. The short ballot language that fits on the, paper ballot was abbreviated so much it left out this whole part about taxing upon death of multi-generation properties. So I have clients who live in East Palo Alto. They're unsophisticated multi-generation Tongan family, and the mother needed to refi, but she had bad credit, so the daughter wanted to go on title. And the only lender who would loan to them to make the loan wanted to do a purchase money loan and not a refi. So that triggered a possible reassessment. But we went down to the San Mateo County Tax Recorder's office, and they hate this thing. It's so much
15
extra
second
paperwork,
warning.
and they have to explain it to people. And it was heartbreaking, and I still don't know. She'll probably lose the house when she dies. She's older than I am, but I just hope that they'll work this thing out and not harm immigrant families that don't understand what they're signing and don't understand what they voted for. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have no further comments at this time.
Thank you, moderator. I appreciate that. I will, at this time, then read the written comments that we've received. The first one is from Carol. Please support SCA 4. This is critical to me and my family and extended family. I grew up here, raised my children here, and without your support, we will all likely be moving away. I am very sad about the current Prop 19 disaster. Please help fix the issue. With your support, we could make this a beautiful place to stay and raise our future families. Thank you. The next one is from Debbie Oziki. Please support SCA 4. This is important to many families. The next public comment is from AMC. Please support SCA 4 to restore parent-child, grandparent-grandchild in event my parent's death, property tax exclusion. Most families who benefit from the parent-child property tax exclusion, which Prop 19 repealed, are not wealthy. They are family homes, mom and pop landlords, small businesses, and farms. A lot of these homes, rentals, and businesses and farms, which have been in families for generations, are lost, forced to sell due to the fact that they cannot sustain the massive property tax increases. So what happens then? Children are forced to sell the family home, gentrification, rental properties are bought, and rents increase due to massive property tax bills. Family farms are bought up by big corporate farmers or developers who build whatever, and no more small businesses. Prop 19 was intentionally misleading, and the Big Lebowski, touted by realtors, who poured out a lot of money into campaigning for passage for Prop 19, was not accurate. Most wealthy have their properties and businesses in LLCs, with no member owning more than 50%, which equates to no property tax assessment upon sale. Please support SCA 4. The next one is from Michael Mojas. Please support SCA 4. So many families are getting forced out of their homes and out of the area. As a realtor, the majority of homes lately have been due to trust sales. Many of the buyers are purchasing homes as investments, not as primary homes, many times leaving them vacant as second homes. We are becoming a state only for the wealthy. Prop 19 restrictions and reassessment rate of base tax plus $1 million doesn't even come close to the value of Bay Area homes. This is especially true in Silicon Valley area between San Francisco and San Jose. It's a shame to see many families having to move out of the area and apart from family. Please repeal the death tax. The next one is from Lannon Tackham. Please support SCA 4. Very important to me and my family to return property tax rights to the prior to Prop 19. Landon Tecum, Rancho Palos Verdes, 90275. The next one is from Christine Laquang. Please support SCA 4. The next one is from Mrs. Lily Lim. To the Board of Equalization, please support SCA 4, a big bipartisan measure to fix Prop 19, which narrowly passed on the 2020 ballot. Prop 19's death tax should also be known as an elder scam and disable abuse law because it duped many seniors with deceptive advertising. With 45+ million from the California Association of Realtors that promoted helping seniors and the disabled to move 3 times, help fire victims and help firefighters, now known as political sweeteners, to fool voters. If Prop 19 was presented honestly to voters with the question, do you seniors want to have all properties that you have left to your heirs be reassessed to current market value with unaffordable high property tax, or be able to move 3 times during your senior year? Bet Prop 19 would not have passed. Timing was wrong too. November 2020 ballot was when there was the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic and people were distracted with health issues and family adjustment to the closing of schools and work from home. Prop 19 is so deceptive with multiple tax law changes that people still are not aware of the harm Prop 19 until the elderly homeowners pass away. Not only have to deal with death in the family, heirs will be shocked with the risk of losing the family home and business due to the unaffordable property tax that could escalate from $10,000 per year to $50,000 plus per year for a basic home in major cities in California. Another elder abuse Prop 19 is that many seniors are having a very difficult time to try to influence and inform the politicians to fix Prop 19 because most elderly seniors are low-tech and do not know how to use social media. Many also do not use smartphones and no internet at home. Please support Senate Constitutional Amendment 4 in order to have a place on the 2024 ballot to give citizens, especially the elderly, a fair chance to know what they are voting for. SCA 4 link, your help is much appreciated. Respectfully, Mrs. Lily Lim, a retired elderly senior in the Santa Clara County. The next one is from Denise Lee Monday. SCA 4 will fix the negative ramifications of what Prop 19 has caused and would save families from losing their properties due to the skyrocketing tax bills. Politicians and special interest groups, i.e., California Realtors Association, since they wanted people to be forced to sell in a limited housing inventory environment, deceived voters with Prop 19's ballot language. Prop 19 was a deceptive tax increase that politicians snuck past voters, and it never would have passed if voters knew what they were voting on. For mom and pop landlords who have kept rents below market, and lots of them do, when they die and properties are passed to their heirs, property taxes would go up. Who pays? Tenants? Or heirs would sell the rental properties, and guess who would purchase these properties? Large investment groups, thereby raising rents treating tenants 100% like business as usual. Mom and pop landlords are personable and have good relationships and empathy for their tenants. In addition, Prop 19 was supposed to assist California fire victims so that they would relocate to other parts of California, maintaining their low property tax bracket. This problem is their homeowners insurance only cover for rebuild, not the land on it. So how would these fire victims, i.e. Shasta County, be able to utilize the insurance reimbursement and purchase another home anywhere in California? It would be slim choices, if any. The next one is from Kathy Chin. Repeal the death tax. Please support SCA 4. Very important to me and my family. Thank you. From Frank Chin. Repeal the death tax. Please support SCA 4. Very important to me and my family. Thank you. Lawrence Dahmer. I wholeheartedly request your support and backing for this restorative legislation. As a senior on a fixed income, I would not have a roof over my head today if this provision had not been in effect when I inherited from my grandparents so many years ago. I do not want my only son to have to lose this generational home because he cannot afford the market value assessment upon my death. Far better if he could provide a reasonable rental for much needed affordable housing while being able to fix all the remedial needs and repairs I have not been able to afford. This house is all I have. Please support SCA 4. Thank you. Miss Suzanne Carlos. Dear board members, my name is Suzanne and I live in San Jose, California. I am 70 years old of age, single, and a retired school teacher. My father immigrated from the U.S. from Greece when he was a teenager. He worked hard driving a taxi in San Francisco. Providing for his family was his top priority. It was my father's wish that I inherit our home after my mother passes. She is now 99 years of age. He wanted to make sure I had security when I retired. I believed I had nothing to worry about. Prop 19 has become my worst nightmare. I beg you to support SCA 4. The next one is from Anonymous. We must repeal Prop 19. Recently introduced bipartisan Senate Constitutional Amendment 4 will reinstate the property tax law that was in place since 1986, yet was narrowly overturned by the narrowest of margins in 2020 during the pandemic via Prop 19. The advertising to voters only focused on a few of the changes, like allowing people 55 plus to move up to 3 times anywhere in the state of California while having the ability to keep the same assessed property tax on new property purchased. However, the same communication was not transparent and conveniently omitted the very important point that almost all property would be reassessed at current market value upon the transfer of said property from parent to child upon death. Why? Prop 19 was almost exclusively backed by one special interest group, California Association of Realtors. Follow the money. CAR/realtors benefit from every sale. CAR/realtors benefit if a senior sells one property and purchases a new home. CAR/realtors also benefit from grieving families who are forced to sell their home due to the outrageous and unaffordable property taxes. Every family has a different story, but the common theme is that long-time Californians have no choice but to sell the family home, the home they currently reside in and/or intend to move into. These same families are leaving California as it's too costly to remain. They are being forced to leave their support structure, i.e., family, friends, medical team, their livelihood. Small family businesses have been passed from generation to generation, must make the untenable decision to close and sell the business. Renters lose too, as if the children must sell the property, the renters will be forced to move. We can do better. We can count on the BOE to help influence the legislature to vote yes on SCA 4. Thank you and kind regards. The next one is from Cynthia Keppel. If SCA 4 is not passed, when I inherit my parents' house, I will be forced to sell the house I grew up in and the house my parents have lived in since 1967. My parents worked hard and paid many years of mortgage payments and property taxes on the house. They want me to have the house, but I will not be able to pay the dramatically increased property tax, and I will have to sell it. I had hoped to pass it on to my son when I die so the house could stay in the family and to increase my standard of living. Unless SCA 4 passes, I will not be able to keep the house and pass the house on to my son. I wholeheartedly support SCA 4 because it will protect California families from being taxed out of the property their parents worked so hard to acquire and transfer to them. I would like to urge all California senators and assembly members to consider being a co-author of the amendment and support SCA 4 by voting to pass the vital amendment. Cynthia Keppel, San Jose, 95128. The next one, the Brigham family. SCA 4, we ask that you please support SCA 4. This is very important to our family. We have an only child with disabilities that prevent him from being a high wage earner. Upon our death, SCA 4 will allow us to pass our property to our son, who is the fourth generation to live on our land. Without an increased tax assessment, that will definitely be unaffordable to him. We thank you for your consideration of this request. Janet Van Tamlin, please support SCA 4. Very important to me and my family. It's destroying people's lives. Dwayne Dezwu, please support SCA 4. Very important to me and my family. I had a parent who passed away on March 24th, 2021, with her passing occurring after the implementation of Prop 19. The property tax on the property her children inherit increased over $10,000 annually. Our mother's desire was for her children to keep the property within the family. With such a steep increase in property tax, this is not financially feasible. Please support SCA 4. The next one is from Anita. State Constitutional Amendment 4. Fix the part of Prop 19 that is causing people to be taxed out of their property when a parent dies. Sherry Emling, dear members of the board, unfortunately, one disastrous consequence of Prop 19 was not clearly disclosed during the campaign and vote. The massive property tax increase when your heirs inherit your home, apartment building, ranch, etc., is now being experienced, and it is causing massive concern and destruction. Heirs cannot afford a multiple times tax bill and are most probably forced to sell a long-held family property. Businesses have such massive tax increases to heirs that their heirs have to often shut the business down. If one inherits an apartment building, the tax increase is prohibitive. The new owner must sell. Then the rents go up several times over as the new rents increase to cover the new tax increase. Many renters will be forced to leave the area because they cannot afford the huge increases in rents. The only solution is to pass SCA 4, which would nullify this one aspect of Prop 19. The actually helpful aspects of Prop 19 assist to those in the military, the tax property tax breaks if a senior citizen chooses to move, as they can maintain their personal tax level to the next home they purchase. Please support SCA 4. Your constituents are depending on you. The next one is from Antoinette Crichton. I strongly urge the state BOE to support SCA 4 and help almost all homeowners in California. The next one is from Diane Snyder. Dear Board, I respectfully request that the board actively support SCA 4, which would address the problems Prop 19. SCA 4 would save family homes from having to be sold. Thank you. Diane Snyder, Castro Valley, California. And the last one, anonymous. BOE members are currently tasked with enforcing requirements under 2020's Prop 19 that work against minority communities. Here are a few ways Prop 19 hurts minorities. 1, the reassessments are unaffordable for all but those with huge bank accounts. My own family will receive up to 3 property tax bills in a 16-month time span as a result of my father's dying last year. Consider that the group who makes up the majority of the working class is minorities. Their wages as a group has been stagnant for the past 40 years. It's scary to think how many of these families will be forced to sell family properties as a result of the reassessments. 2, right now the prevailing attitude seems to be that the owning rental property is somehow bad and deserving of 100% reassessment. However, if a family is determined to keep its property, the tax increase would be passed down to the renter. Not surprisingly, demographics show blacks and Hispanics are more likely to be renters than any other groups. 3, the stringent requirements under Prop 19 are also a problem for minorities. Currently, you have to move into a parent's primary home within a year of their death to qualify for the approximately $1 million tax break. If you are a child of first-generation immigrants who outdid your parents, returning to the family home probably isn't practical. The house might be too small or in a lesser neighborhood. Consequently, you are denied a tax break that will add up to hundreds of thousands of dollars over the long term. Laws that work against minorities are known as structural racism. 4, demographic data shows that minorities are more likely to relocate farther away from home to advance in their education and careers. Granting a tax break if they return back to the family home is simply not fair to the groups. The BOE should publicly express its support of SCA 4 an amendment that will repeal parent-child transfer laws associated with Prop 19. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, members, we will go ahead and close this item out and move on to our next item. Mr.
Chair,
Chair,
Chair Vasquez?
Yes,
I'm
go
just
ahead, Member
wondering, in light of the testimony, if there might be an opportunity for us to reflect on that and
Sure.
and look at making a motion in support of this. My concern is that, yes, the legislation can change, and we should monitor that. But if this thing dies on May 10th and it's all over, we could, you know, if the board's willing, we could support the legislation, and at least it would hopefully give it some momentum as it moves to its first committee hearing.
The only reservation I have is that I know my vice chair mentioned that she had still some more meetings with folks. And also, I wasn't aware that our deputy or our controller hasn't had a chance to really weigh in on this. So I was just trying to be respectful of that, that's all. But I feel your concern, because I think I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping it doesn't die on May 10th
Yeah.
and it's still alive, and we bring it back at next agenda.
Okay.
Or next meeting.
All right, I just felt, I mean, look,
No, I hear you.
listening to this testimony, it brings it all back, and I
know.
just am, there's a lot of people that are really hurting out there, and I'd like to do at least what we could in support of it, but I've got to be respectful of my other members, and so.
No, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Member Schaefer?
I fully support what Ted had to say, and I want to point out that it's hearings just like we're having today to make it essential that we have elected members up here to listen. If it weren't for us, you'd have a bunch of governors, appointees who don't run for office and are not as sensitive as we are. So this is just the type of hearing that speaks out for the importance of having a BOE as we know it.
Well noted. Okay.
All right, so I'll go ahead and wait unless you think
I
we've got
appreciate it,
support. But
yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, just to give the opportunity for at least the
Okay.
other members, thanks.
All right, very well, thank you.
Okay. With that, we will officially close this item, and it'll be, for those listening to, it'll be on our agenda in May, on our May agenda as well. Thank you, and that, with we have Ms. Cicchetti, if you would go on.
Well, I don't know, do we want to take a break for staff here for 15 minutes before we continue on the agenda, or do we want to just move forward?
How are we doing over there?
Yeah, we can move forward.
We can move forward? Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think it might be beneficial even for the members to clear their head. This has been a very weighty and for me, very emotional topic. And we've taken on a lot to respond to. And I know that when the subject comes up on May 10th, it's going to be the sole bill in that committee. But I think if we could take a brief break to kind of make sure that we've onboarded all the information that we've gotten, it would be beneficial. And I know that we have Mr. Young's item and other items that are coming up still. But if we could take a brief break.
Sure. What is 10, 15 minutes good?
10 minutes, I think, would be more than sufficient.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be, let's see, I got 3:13, so I guess at 23 we'll be back, 3:23.
Thank you.
All right. everybody's back.
Looks like everyone's back.
Let me have Ms. Cicchetti.
Yes.
Please call our next item.
Excuse me. Yes, hello. The next item on the agenda is item 12, Chief Counsel's Quarterly Report, general discussion on the legal department's workload over the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Lieber, and honorable members of the board. Today I'm here, Chief Counsel Henry Nanjo, presenting the Legal Department's quarterly report covering the first quarter of 2023. First, I want to thank my team for their continued dedication and hard work throughout this year. We continue to work on filling our remaining vacancies in 2023. We have 2 recruitments that we're just working on now and almost finishing up, and then there are 2 vacancies. Now to the legal department's workload for the first quarter. As you know, members, our 2022 state assessed appeals season that began in the third quarter of 2022 has come to a close. Our state assessed appeals attorney has completed the last 2 Section 40 decisions, SCE and SFPP, and more importantly, because those are Section 40 decisions, they have been posted to the BOE website, so we have completed our obligations along those lines. In the area of litigation, members, as you know, we continue to provide monthly written litigation reports to the board, as well as appropriate public updates to our website on the BOE's public litigation roster. Regarding the lawsuit with La Paloma, the court has ruled in favor of the plaintiffs, and this case will be the subject of the closed session held later today. I note that we have 19 cases in various phases of litigation. I know your report says 17, but 2 more has been added, so that's an update. We're able to close 1 case, Swanson versus Franchise Tax Board was closed on May 1st, 2023, when the Supreme Court denied the plaintiff's writ. We will continue to closely monitor and handle the board's litigation cases, and will continue to keep you informed and updated as to any developments in closed session or via confidential memoranda as appropriate. In the area of Public Record Act and disclosure requests, in the first quarter, we had completed 59 PRA inquiries. This work is steady and ongoing. We had a little bit of an unusual spike in the first quarter. We usually don't see quite that many, but it's nothing unusual. It was mostly related to some old cases under BOE 1.0 and things of that nature. We expect this work in this category to continue through the second quarter as public inquiries come in. In the area of administration, support of Board Proceedings Division and Exec, you'll recall that administration assignments are typically requested by either the Board Proceedings Division or Exec, covering various administrative or board-related, meeting-related issues. In the first quarter, we had 6 such assignments, and we continue to provide that support. In the area of publications review, the legal department completed 28 legal reviews in the first quarter. These publications include items originated from our property tax department, communications departments, and other agency publications. In the area of regulations, I'm happy to report that our regulations 462-520 for exclusions from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers, and Regulation 462-540, change in ownership base year value transfers. Our permanent regulations have been adopted by OOL, so our emergency regulations are now permanent. That occurred in the first week of March, so we completed those actions, and we anticipate that we're probably through the course of this year probably going to have to do some tweaks and a little adjustment. Again, we will be bringing that to the board as we develop those. We're always kind of monitoring and learning things that we can clarify in our regulations. Currently, the staff is working on Property Tax Rule 192, Property Tax Audit Selection. This is to clarify and make the statutory changes to that section in conformity with Revenue and Taxation Code 469. And we continue to look for other opportunities to clarify our regulations and make sure we provide good information to the public. In the area of tax program and technical advice, In the first quarter, the team responded to 20 email inquiries, 30 phone call inquiries, and we also completed 3 special projects. We expect work in this category to continue as the year progresses. And finally, for the first quarter, in the area of tax program opinions, chief counsel, and internal memoranda, we issued a total of 4 legal opinions and memos, which include property tax technical advice opinions, internal and board meeting related chief counsel memoranda. And we expect this work to continue. In closing, I want to again extend my gratitude to the team for their outstanding work in the first quarter. And members, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
I have one quick one, and then I'll ask my members here. I guess it's on your second quarter here, you list out 12 new pending special projects. What are special project cases?
That's an excellent question. Thank you for that, Chairman Vasquez. Special projects is actually probably a misnomer. It probably should be miscellaneous. It's kind of those things that don't neatly fit into other categories. A lot of things like quick reviews, clearances where we're just kind of looking over things just to make sure that we don't spot out anything that needs to be altered or changed.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Seeing no hands, I think we're good.
Great. Thank you very much, members. Appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you. Ms. Cicchetti.
All righty. The next item on the agenda is item 13, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report. Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues. This item is being presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Good afternoon, Chair Vasquez and honorable members of the board. For the record, my name is David Young, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. For today, I actually have 5 reports for you. I will pause after each one for any questions that you may have. And with your okay, I'll start out with the very first one. It's a report on letters to assessors. As you well know, part of the board's function is to issue guidance to county assessors, and we do that through LTAs, letters to assessors. Since we last met, we've issued 2 more letters. The first one is letter number 2013/013. That letter basically announces the passage of Assembly Bill 1715, which actually changes, it amends Revenue Taxation Code 205.5 to include veterans of the U.S. Space Force, as they are now eligible for the disabled veterans exemption. So there was a change there. They recognized the disabled veterans of the U.S. Space Force as eligible for the disabled veterans exemption. So we published an LTA announcing that. And the second LTA that we put out, 014, also announces the results of Shasta County's survey. So I will go into a little bit more detail with that in the subsequent report. I'm available for any questions you may have on LTAs. Okay.
Just one quick one here as I was looking, you mentioned the, I guess it's the special United States Space Force came
Correct.
from other branches, and it seems to be coming from the armed forces particularly.
Yeah.
For the disabled veterans exemption, since it's U.S. Space Force veterans, I'm assuming that's relatively minor, is that correct?
They will be entitled to the full disabled veterans exemption, both at the regular one and the low income one. They are now fully, they're fully eligible to apply for it. Since the Space Force, I believe, was put in 2019, I'm not sure how many will be applying just yet or how many have applied, but now they are now recognized.
They're eligible.
Yeah, they're eligible.
That's good, thanks.
Of
Go
course.
ahead.
Okay. Hearing none, then I will move on to a report on the welfare exemption project that we started. So about 2 years ago, at the direction of the board, we took a look at our welfare exemption There were some issues about processing time and whatnot. So we took a look very specifically into the welfare exemption for low-income housing as they affect many of our applicants. So we took a look at what it took for us to get an SCC, a supplemental clearance certificate. The lessons that we found, that we learned along the way, we're going to try to apply them towards all of the welfare exemption and also our general OCCs, our organizational clearance certificate. So we started about 2 years ago, and what we did was we broke down basically the endeavor into 3 different steps. The first step was we took a look at the actual application process. Then we looked at what it was for us. We reviewed our own review process. And then the very last one, the last step we looked at was how do we approve it and how do we go ahead and transmit their certification. And then we took one more extra step. We took a look at how any of those lessons learned there could be applied to the program in general. So with that, I included a written memo. It's attached to the public agenda notice. It's available online for all to see, but I will give you a little bit of a highlight, a summary as to what we did. So with the first step, the actual SCC application process, one of the very first things we looked at was the actual form itself. We wanted to know whether, one, there was anything that was either ambiguous in there. We've asked for information that was either not vital to it or we can get elsewhere. And we looked at our instructions and just the general user friendliness of that form. We did quite a deep dive on that. We were able to identify a couple areas where we could improve on some of the wording. How do we ask for certain things that we could find elsewhere. We did not ask for redundancies. We improved our instructions on it, so we were trying to make it a little bit more user-friendly for folks to use. Our process itself, the form itself, can be daunting, so we're trying to make it more user-friendly. And the last thing we did was we took a look at, we actually include with that basically a checklist. So when you apply for it, you can see what is needed so you can actually gather your stuff before you fill it out. So we were able to identify a lot of areas of improvements. I think we made them. We updated our form, and our form has been available since January of 2022. One of the other things that we also did was, while our form prior was available on our website, you can go in under welfare exemption tab under the property tax page. You can go through and you can pull up our form. It was available electronically, but it wasn't fillable. So we actually went through, we worked with our partners in CATFA, their technology division, and we made that form fillable so that it helps them, instead of just printing it out and then either hand filling it or typing it in, they were actually able to work with an electronic format. So we were able to get that. There was some real efficiencies that we realized. I think I had a couple of stats on there, but the upshot of it is that overall across the board, the applications came in. They were actually more complete, they were more accurate, and they were actually filled out correctly. So I think we have across the board improvements of at least 15 to 20% overall. So that was a successful endeavor. The next thing we did was we looked at our own internal review process. How do we handle it once we get it? So the first step was we actually mapped out what was then our current process. We went through, we talked to each person that handled, touched, or reviewed the forms, and we asked them, what is your process? Where do you start? Give us the breakdown fundamentally as to what you do. We mapped it all out, and then we actually worked collaboratively across from our people that do the intake all the way up to the reviewer. We actually have them sit down and said, look, if you had a clean slate now, this is what you do. what would you change? How would you improve the process? And we went through several iterations of that. We were able to come up with a more streamlined process. And then the last thing we did was once we came up with that, we put it out in a written document. We circled back around and we retrained staff all the way through again. We made sure they understood that, hey, this is the new and improved way. This is how we're going to do it, and this is where we're going to find a little bit of efficiency. The third thing that we did was we looked at the claims approval process. Once we've gotten the forms, the applicants filled it out, we've received it, we reviewed it. What do we do when we go through and we actually approve them? What do we look for? What do we do? One of the major things that held us up was, even with the improved application, we were still finding that some of the stuff was missing or incorrect. And so before, it would take a bunch of phone calls, some emails, sometimes even a hard mail, in order to get the missing documentation. We set up an electronic way in order to get that missing information. They can just file it, send it via email. It improved turnaround time. We didn't have to wait for a whole lot of snail mail. And then the other thing that we did for the actual approval process is we made it a lot more of a concurrent process. Instead of having it work its way up serially through the reviewer, the senior, the supervisor, the principal, and then the chief, after a certain point, it went to 3 people, so that we didn't have to wait for each one. It just made, after the senior review, it just made a little more sense. They were actually relatively cleaner at that point, so to have concurrent review. So with that implementation of that concurrent review and being able to get some information electronically, we were actually able to do quite a decent improvement. If you look at on my report on page 4, I believe 4, we did reduce the total number of days on average it took us to review and approve a claim. We actually reduced it by just a little bit over 3 months. And right now, the number here says that 111 days is on average. Actually, it's a little bit lower as of today. We've worked through a lot of our backlog, and if a claim comes in, it has all the required documents, there are no amendments needed to some of the formative documents, our staff is able to basically, somebody looks at it within the first week, and typically it's approved within a month. So about 30 days or so. But that's a pretty nice package, an ideal package is all filled out and everything's ready to go. So with that, those were the 3 major areas that we looked at and the improvements that we implemented. We also did one extra step. We took a look at what would actually move the ball forward even more going in the future. And one of the things that we found was, as of right now, our applications actually still need to have a wet signature. And so we said, well, we really need to find a way to do electronic signature. And we were once again able to work with our partners in CDTFA. We've converted all six of our forms to electronic format and actually electronic signature. It's already in the test environment, which means they've set it all up already. Our staff is working with technology in testing it out, making sure they're all fillable. Once they're filled, there's an easy way to submit. And once it's submitted, it actually goes to the right person, to the right queue. So we're in the test phase right now. We're hoping to have that implemented soon. But with that, I think that should actually find even more efficiencies for us. Right now, there are still an issue with some of the applications coming in without a wet signature. And so a lot of that is kind of held up waiting for that being exchanged through the mail. So we're very hopeful that the improvements that we already implemented has gone a long way to address the processing time. We've worked through much of our backlog, and we are looking actively for continued improvements as we go forward. That should conclude my presentation for the welfare exemptions improvement project.
I had two questions, but you kind of answered them.
Okay.
Especially on the efficiency. See, I think you said it, you mentioned it, and I think you're right. It said you went from 3 to 5 months to 1 month.
Yeah.
I mean, just kudos to the
So-
staff. And then I guess the other one that you kind of hit on is I noticed, I know we've been talking about when we did these hearings on just getting folks to start going through this digital signature.
Right.
Because that seems to be a big holdup.
It-
It sounds like you're on your way with that.
We're on our way with it. We're actually, I'm very, very happy. Staff has been working immensely hard and diligently on this effort. We have quite a few folks devoted to it. Our CDTFA partners have been fantastic. One of the many benefits of going to the electronic signature is as you fill out the form electronically, it gives you prompts to what is required, what else needs to be submitted and attached to it.
good.
So when they come in, the goal is to have the package a lot more complete. So there's no missing documents, nothing that we have to actively chase in order to procure.
No, kudos, good stuff.
Thank you.
Member Schaefer, I think you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Young, for a very good report. I'm appalled that the rejection rate was over 50% on applications, but I think you are tackling it. I'm impressed that you've gone to some of the troublesome areas like electronic signatures. I find them to be, part of modern life.
Yeah.
We're trying to speak to the electronically competent people that are making applications, but sometimes some of them are not electronically efficient, don't have computers, or don't use them for anything but emails to relatives, And also, I'd like to know that there's a phone number somebody may call if they have some questions, then they can get somebody. I know when I try to call around, I get nothing but recordings, or that we only answer the phone between 8:30 and 11:30 on alternate Tuesdays or something like that. So as long as we're available to the people, and because they don't have a BOE office in every city, to go see.
No.
And self-addressed stamped envelope. I do self-addressed stamped envelopes, but I find that the people that are going to send it back to me have never seen the glassine window pre-printed stamp envelopes that I use, and they don't recognize that as a self-addressed stamped envelope, so they think I didn't send them one, and they put it in an outbox for me to come to the office and pick up. So there's a lot of education to be doing, and I think
Yes.
you're on top of it, and thank you for your good work.
Thank you very much. Thank you for bringing that point up. Our move to electronic signature is basically a way to cover as much of the application process as possible, but we are definitely not phasing out the hard copy. I know there are folks that actually still do that, and if anything, this will actually allow staff the time to help those folks a little bit more, because if this actually does what we intended to do, it will streamline this process, and our time can actually help some of those folks that are having a hard time, either with technology. A lot of these folks that apply for it, their primary purpose, of course, is to do charitable and good work. Filling the stuff out is
I'd like the readability
tough.
to be that of maybe junior high school level. I don't want us to get too technical, because a lot of our people are not high school graduates.
Right. Okay.
Oh, Vice Chair Lieber, go ahead.
Yes, I was really waiting for this item to come up, and that's why before the break I said, wait, we have Mr. Young's item coming. I think that this is one of my favorite reports ever across all my years in government, and the fact of cutting the time down to just over half is really amazing and great. So thank you to all the staff that were involved in this. And I think it's really, really wonderful. And, you know, there are many generous people and local governments and et cetera that support all these orgs that are able to get the welfare exemption. And so the fact that their resources aren't going to churn is just so meaningful, because we need these orgs to be more functional than ever right now. So thank you so much. This is one of those, what I call them, a kitchen table report, and where you take it out of your binder and keep it right there on the table so that, you know, you can kind of get the good feelings going every few days. Let me take a look at that report again. But I really feel that if this could be boiled down to one-page story to get it out to the legislature, to say we are making it easier for the nonprofits that are so important to housing California, I think that would be significant.
Understood.
So thank you.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yes, Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Young, on behalf of Controller Cohen, I would like to thank you for providing this report to this body. It speaks to the incredible work that you've done, your team, the executive director, this agency, and these board members for improving this process and ultimately creating a platform where the data speaks for itself, right? To improve the times, to have applications improved in almost record time is quite incredible. And just my hats off to you. I just have one question, just in regards to this new and improved welfare exemption improvement process. How does this connect to solving the affordable housing crisis here in California?
The affordable housing, many of our issues that were brought up in the assessment realm is that the time it actually takes for one of these nonprofits to actually build and put in place affordable housing. One of the many steps that was brought up, along with the permitting and all the other entitlements that go with it, is what it actually takes in order to get a welfare exemption, so they are tax exempt. It is a two-step process. The board administers this part of it, where we look at the entity itself, and we've heard and reacted to our constituents when they say this process, at least the board's end, is rather long, and it does take quite a while for it to go through. So that process, that's what drove the improvement project, to address this delay in planning and in the actual review process. So we took great steps and strides in order to find some improvements there. But I do want to, while we are very, very sensitive to any undue burden that this review process creates, I do have to balance that with our responsibility. We are actually the gatekeepers of that, and to exempt property from taxation is not a light issue, and part of it is the due diligence that actually we need to apply in order to find that this entity is truly qualified for it. So I think we found some great efficiencies. I think we moved the ball forward. And I think we've done so without jeopardizing that responsibility that we have in order to ensure that the applicants that truly do qualify. So.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I do believe, echoing your remarks, that BOE has an incredible platform and a huge role to play in solving this affordable housing crisis. Housing determines so much about a person's life, how long it takes to get to work, access to fresh food and banks, and ultimately access to opportunity, and kids' access to opportunity. The controller Cohen understands in order to build a strong economy that it works for every Californian, there must be an investment in housing to expand supply, lower costs, improve access to home ownership opportunities and renters alike, all while advancing efforts to prevent evictions. and end the chronic homelessness that is plaguing this state. So no person has to sleep, on our streets or under our park benches. The welfare exemption is certainly a tool in the toolbox to solve this crisis, and there's an unwavering commitment from the Cohen administration to house everyone, everywhere, from big cities, small towns, rural communities, and the tribal nations, to promote housing fairness and make the dream of home ownership a reality for first-time and first-generation home buyers. So, Mr. Young, thank you again. And like the Vice Chair was saying, this is one of the best reports of the year, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can comment?
Member, yes,
Yeah,
Member Gaines,
briefly.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this, and I agree, it's great news to see that we're trying to help constituents through this process. It has been something I've received a lot of phone calls on in terms of where their application is in the process, and sometimes those are errors by the applicant themselves, but I'm glad that we have clarified and simplified the application so that hopefully there'll be fewer errors. Are there any fees associated with submitting an application?
There are no fees on our end.
Okay.
We do not impose a fee on any submission.
That makes it very simple.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great,
Yes.
thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Then with your okay, I'll move on to my next report. My next report will be on appraisal training and certification. So since we last met, staff has taught 4 more courses, but just to go backwards just a tiny bit, we had originally scheduled 33 classes for this fiscal year, starting in July of 2022 and ending in June of this year, 23. We have taught all of those courses except for one. One more is being taught actually this week, and we unfortunately had to cancel one class because of an instructor, an issue with a medical issue with the instructor. So, but that class will be rescheduled for this upcoming session. So since we last met, we taught 4 more classes. The first class that we taught was a class 2A. It's a replacement cost estimating class. We also taught a course 3, is a residential appraisal procedures class. A course 5, it's an income approach to value. It's a beginning income class. And a course 52, it's a valuation of restricted lands. And that class mostly teaches appraisal of restricted lands under the Williamson Act. So it's a Williamson Act class. So we taught those 4. The high enrollment was about 24, and the lowest enrollment we have was actually only 5 people enrolled in that class. 3 of them were virtual, 1 was in person. In general, our classes the enrollment do slow down as we get closer and closer to July of every year. The county assessors are doing exactly the same thing that state assessed properties doing right now. They're trying to close their roll, so their ability to send folks starts to wane a little bit at the end. So it's something that happens every year. We plan on, we build our schedule with that in mind. So right now, we're with this one class that we're teaching this week. It will basically be our full complement of classes that we will teach for this fiscal year. We've already reached out to county assessors, all 58 counties. We've asked them for their needs, basically their wish list for our next fiscal year of classes. When we get all that, we will go ahead and build our schedule. We'll actually make that available on our website, and we'll start our enrollment on that as the classes are scheduled and staffed. So that will be my report for training and certification. I'm available for any questions you may have.
So it sounds like there is a time when you know whether it's going to be a low on these things. Is there any way of working around that?
Yeah, there is. There's typically 2 relatively lulls in the year. One is the couple of months preceding the July the time that we're in now. And the other one naturally is right around this holiday season.
Yeah.
So what we tend to do is we tend to cluster our classes during after the July till we're probably pretty steady on till almost October. And then November, December, they start to wane a little bit more, and then we rinse and repeat again for next year, January through March. We're very, very active. So we build in 2 periods, the couple months that we're in now, and then by the end of the year, by the holiday seasons, classes interest in taking those classes tend to drop a little bit too. So we try to bunch them together where we can.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I guess
Okay.
we can move on.
No other hands? Fantastic. Then I will move on to my 4th report. My 4th report is my quarterly report on the assessment practices survey. So since we last met, since the last report, we've actually issued 3 assessment practices surveys. Just as a little bit of background, Government Code 15642. Pursuant to that code, the assessment practices survey shall show the extent to which the assessment practices are consistent with or differs from state law and regulations. That's our mandate. We go in and we take a look at how the property tax is administered in that county by the county assessors. So there are basically 2 components of our survey. We have what we call a qualitative survey, in which we actually go in and we looked at their policies, and then we go out and see if they've actually followed those policies and in their actual practice. The other component of the survey program is what we call our sampling component. The sampling component, what we do is we take a look at their assessment roll. We pull a random representative sample out of their roll. On average, it's approximately about 300 samples. Our staff goes through. We take a look at whether the assessor did a couple of things correctly, whether they've identified changes in ownership or reassessments. We take a look at whether they've picked up new construction, and we take a look at whether they've recognized declines in values or a Prop 8. And then we take a look at the actual value that's on the roll. We do an independent review appraisal on it, and we take a look at what our results are compared to what they had, or more correctly, compare what they had to what we think is the ideal. So the ideal ratio is 100%. That means they got exactly what we got. So with that little bit of background, I will go over the 3 counties that we issued a survey report for. Two of them are sample only. So what we did was we did basically the quantitative look at how their counties did with the assessment ratios. The first one was Imperial County. That was published on January 17th of this year. Imperial County was selected as a sample only. We went through and pulled their samples. Our staff looked at and did a review appraisal. We made sure that their main indicators, their main actionable items, the change in ownership, the new construction, and the Prop 8s were done correctly, and we came up with our own independent values. So for Imperial County, we came up with their assessment ratio of 99.55% out of 100, which is actually really well. They did really well. The absolute difference in that ratio was less than 1%. It was 0.77%. So that means if you had a bunch of over-assessments and a bunch of under-assessments, they didn't cancel themselves out. So it looked at the overall difference in their assessment values. So with that, 99.55 for overall and an absolute difference of less than 1%. They were eligible to recuperate some of their administrative costs. So Revenue Taxation Code 75.60 basically says that they're allowed to recuperate, they're eligible to recuperate some of their administrative costs to make supplemental assessments if we certify them as such. And with that ratio, they qualified, and we were able to certify them. The other county that we did a sample-only survey on was for Shasta County. We followed the same procedures. We went through, we got their whole assessment roll, went through, stratified their role, and picked out a random representative sample, approximately about 300 also. And their ratio actually was even a little better than Imperial. They came out at 99.76, so they were less than a quarter point off what the ideal should have been. Their absolute difference was less than 0.5%, 0.44%. So with those results, we were also able to certify them eligible to recuperate their administrative costs for their supplemental assessment program. And then the last county I wanted to update you on was Kings County. For Kings County, they were actually not a sample, but an actual survey. So we did a qualitative look into their administration of property taxes in that department. So we actually went in, we asked for their policies and procedures up front. We got those, we reviewed them, and then we actually went into the county and we took a look at some of their actual work assessments, and when we tried to make sure that they followed the statutes, the regulations, and proper appraisal protocol. So we actually looked at 3 main areas. We looked at their administration, their workload. We looked at their assessment of real property, including changes in ownership, new construction, declines in values, properties that were subject to special assessment procedures such as Williamson Act. We looked at and mineral properties. And then for the assessment of personal property, we looked at the assessment of business equipment valuation and assessment of fixtures. And so overall, we did find recommendations in all 3 of these areas, and we made recommendations as how to address them. But even with the recommendations, we found that they were still eligible to recuperate their administrative costs for supplemental assessments. So under the same Revenue Taxation Code 75.60, there is also allowance where if we do not find a significant assessment issue, we can still certify them. And we did make some recommendations, but they were not significant assessment issues. So we did certify them, and now they are also eligible to recuperate those costs. This should conclude my presentation on the assessment practices survey. I'm available for any questions anybody may have.
Yes, it looks like my vice chair here, Ms. Lieber, go ahead.
Well, I really appreciate hearing about this and receiving the report and going out and speaking with some of my assessors. Sometimes they get taxpayers who come in and have an issue, and they say, well, who oversees you? And they're able to say, well, the Board of Equalization oversees me, and they're in here doing the surveys and the sampling. And that it's actually a good message for them to put out to their staff too,
Right.
that there is a pressure coming in terms of accountability on us to make sure that we have the right practices.
Right.
So I think that's just great. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, just clarification. What is the percentage threshold for certification?
The assessment ratio is 95% or
95.
better.
Yeah, okay.
And then the absolute difference can't vary by more than 7.5. So these results are actually stellar.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then on the survey, you said that for Kings County that you could go ahead and certify them.
Correct.
But the process is different because it's a survey versus a sample, and I'm not
Right.
clear exactly, how you're doing that.
Yes. So we
for
actually
for that certification.
Yeah, we actually have a property tax rule. It's property tax rule 371, and that rule actually goes ahead and clarifies some of the elements that we look for to make sure that these topics are handled correctly and there isn't a major issue. So the rule clarifies the categories in which we need to look, and if there aren't any major assessment issues there, they're not behind on certain types of reassessments or change in ownership or new construction, then we can still certify them as such.
That's great. Thank you.
Of
Appreciate
course.
Oh, yes. Deputy Controller, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Young, for this final report of yours, I believe. Just believe in the assessment practices surveys end up usually being something that's really highlighted within assessors' offices, sharing best practices with each other and also the board, and ultimately leads to better and more efficient government processes and our institutions in general. So just my hat's off to you again on this report, too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you once again. This is great stuff. The only question I had is, how do you determine what counties to do like a full survey versus a sample?
Of course. So the scheme in which we currently function under, all 58 counties are divided into basically 3 categories. So they're by value of their assessment role. The very top 10 in value, we have to take a look at, we have to do basically both. We have to do the actual survey and take a look at their policies and procedures and follow through with their practices. And we also have to do the sample part of it. So the top 10 counties, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, those counties, we don't have an option. We have to do both. So the next tier is 11 through 20 counties by the size of their assessment roll. There's 2 counties per year. There's 2 counties per year for the top 10. There's 2 more counties per year for the second tier. The second tier, by random draw, 1 county gets the survey, the other county gets the sample. So that's for the second tier, 11 through 20. And then the very last tier, 21 to 58, every year we have to choose 3 counties that get the survey and 2 counties basically get the sample. And depending on the year, we have several basically that get a bye. They get neither. So some years there's 2 and some years there's 3. It just happens to be the math because there's 58 counties and we have a 5-year cycle. There is 60 months, so it just works out. On 2 of those years, 2 out of 5, 3 of them basically get a bye. So it's by random draw every beginning of the year. We actually, by tradition, the CEA president actually chooses who gets the sample, who gets the survey. It's just basically a number out of a hat, basically, and the same thing for this third tier.
So it's the luck of the draw.
It's the luck of the draw. So it depends on which category you're at, and then the luck of the draw,
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
of course. Okay, if nothing else, I actually have one last report.
Sure.
And that is for the State Assessed Properties Division. So as you all know, we are very, very close to the end of our valuation season, our appraisals. Last year, we had about 339 state assessees, and this year, we're looking at a very similar number. We are on track. We're actually tracking really well. We're on pace to finish out our appraisal season. That's actually coming much quicker than than I like to believe. So basically all our work has to be done in probably the next, at the most, 2 weeks. That barely gives us enough time to go ahead and prepare the materials to bring before the board for board action in May. So staff right now is working on our appraisals and SAPD. We're probably more than 2/3 way through, and we're on track to finish out. So with that, that is the main thing that we're doing right now, SAPD. It's all hands on deck. They're actually, Mr. McCool, who would normally have been here to give that report, he's back at the farm doing some work right now. So that's it for SAPD. I'm available for any other questions you may have. If not, this will conclude the Deputy Director's report.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms.
Ready?
Cicchetti,
Move
what
to
do
the
we-
next item, yeah. Item 14, Special Taxes Quarterly Report. General discussion on the special taxes workload of the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Ms. Williams.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Laura Williams. I'm the board's special taxes technical advisor, and today I'll be giving you guys a report on our 2 special tax programs. The first report I'm going to give is for the Tax on Insurers program. Currently, the program has 2,707 active accounts, and this is up slightly from 2,701 accounts in January. The revenues from this program were reported in the annual report, and they were $2.9 billion, which is up slightly over 7% from the previous year. This program continues to be highly compliant with minimal petitions and appeals, etc. Our second program is the alcoholic beverage tax program, and currently in this program there are 10,625 accounts. This is down from 10,656 accounts in January. While there is a very slight decrease, this is kind of the pattern with this program, as many of the filers are annual calendar yearly filers. So they might have forgotten to close out their account or something like that until they received a notice from us asking them about their return. And even so, it's, less than 50 accounts decrease. Regarding the revenues for this program, fiscal year 21-22 was $429 million, which is up approximately 5% from the previous year. Other things happening with this program were earlier this year, Senate Bill 518 was implemented, and one of the things that Senate Bill 518 did was for wine grower returns, it allowed those returns to be released to the public. However, each account had the opportunity to opt out if they wished. So for the month of February, there were 94 of the 164 returns opted out. And the month of March and the first quarter 2023 returns, which were due on the same day, 559 of the 871 returns opted out. I did a quick sampling just to see if there was any pattern of who may be opting out. So 16 of the 20 largest accounts, and that was based on tax dollars due, 16 of the 20 largest accounts opted out, and 14 of the smallest 20 accounts opted out. So it seems like a fairly mixed, everybody kind of was doing it at about the same amount. One more update for the alcohol program was publication 92 titled Alcoholic Beverage Tax. It's a simple 2-page publication that provides an overview of the program, was updated March of 2023. So with that concludes my report unless you have any questions.
You mentioned some opt out. Do we know any of the reasons why?
It is there is no only providing part of the return, production only. It is the entire return, so it's kind of an all or nothing. And I think many companies are choosing possibly like privacy, especially some of the smaller ones. Not included in those figures as well is there are some ownership types that are automatically not opted out, and those would be ones owned by sole proprietors, partnerships. So the smaller ones, some of them are automatically opted out as well.
Thank you.
Question?
Member Gaines, go ahead.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, you think some of it may just be competitive in nature, that they don't want their competitors to have certain information about?
Yeah, it's their entire tax return, so I do think that is a likely situation.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, great, thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. The next item on the agenda is item number 15, Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report. A, legislative update on the administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE.
And you were impatiently waiting, I know, Mr. Renati, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Lisa Rodati, and hopefully this is my very last legislative report.
Oh, you got somebody hired?
Not maybe, not too early to say, but today I'll give a brief report on behalf of the Legislative and Research and Statistics Division. Attached to today's agenda is a listing of the bills we are tracking and monitoring that could impact BOE's tax programs or our administration. Specifically, we are tracking 22 bills. These include 9 bills related to the welfare exemption or affordable housing, 2 bills relating to base year transfers for specific wildfires that we've had in the past, 1 bill extending the exemption for qualified property used in spaceflight, 1 bill regarding disclosure of alcoholic beverage tax returns for beer manufacturers, 1 bill related to the homeowner's exemption for persons confined in a hospital or other care facility, 7 bills relating to exemptions available for veterans and disabled veterans, and 1 proposed constitutional amendment for the repeal of intergenerational transfers, Prop 19. We have published 12 bill analysis, including one for SCA4 that's on our website, and the remainder are in process. As we complete bill analyses for these items, we'll post the analyses on our website and provide a copy to your offices for your reference. Additionally, we continue to track 3 board-sponsored legislative proposals approved by the board back in November 2022, which are included in 2 separate Senate committee bills. And this concludes my legislative update. And before I move on to the next section, I was wondering if you had any questions.
I think we're good.
Oh, good. Okay. So the next item is, let me get to that. Apparently I have lots of pages. So the next item, members, is 2 legislative proposals for your consideration regarding the administration of our alcoholic beverage tax. The analyses for these 2 proposals are attached to today's agenda. In 2022, the legislature passed Senate Bill 518, which Ms. Williams was just talking about regarding wine growers. And part of that legislation required in part that sellers of beer, wine, or distilled spirits file all their tax returns electronically. Today, I bring you two proposals, which are technical amendments to ensure conformity and consistency. The first is a proposal regarding common carriers. An excise tax is levied on sales made in the state by common carriers on board boats, trains, and airplanes, or by persons licensed to sell distilled spirits on board such boats, trains, and airplanes. We propose to amend Section 32202 of the Revenue and Taxation Code to require electronic filing of the report of sales by distilled spirits by these persons. The second proposal seeks to amend Section 32452 of the Revenue and Taxation Code to require electronic filing of supplemental reports, including schedules, required from alcoholic beverage licensees, common and private carriers, and other persons. The existing law requiring electronic filing applies only to the tax returns used to report taxes due and does not specifically apply to the required supplemental reports and schedules attached to the returns, containing other pertinent information and reports used to ensure compliance and accurate reporting. Our amendments proposed to RTC Code Section 32452 include cleanup language to mandate that supplemental reports must also be filed electronically and include a schedule as a type of supplemental report. And with that, I ask the board to approve the legislative proposals to amend Sections 32202 and 32452 of the Revenue and Taxation Code.
It's been moved by Member Gaines. Second by Mr. Schaefer, Member Schaefer.
All righty, let's go to.
We don't have any written comments on this, do we?
We have no written on the comments, and we do not have anyone in the audience. So let's go out to the moderator. AT&T, can you let us know if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding item 15?
If you would like to make a public comment regarding item 15, please press 10 at this time. That command again, 10. And we do have a comment from Jen Kilroy. Please go ahead.
Yeah, this is just a question. There was a report done of a review of SCA4. Could you just repeat where we could look that up and find that information? Thank you.
That report is on our webpage.
At the webpage, right?
www.boe.ca.gov. In the legislative button, you could search legislative and you'll be able to find it very easily. So that's where it can be located.
And we have no further comments at this time.
Thank you. Alrighty, so we have a motion made by Mr. Gaines, seconded by Mr. Schaefer, to authorize the staff to move forward with the technical amendments to Revenue and Tax Code Section 32202 and Section 32452. Chair Vasquez?
Aye.
Vice Chair Lieber?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Schaefer?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Emron?
Aye.
So that's unanimous of all those present. Thank you.
We have one more administrative thing to do. We're going to go out to the AT&T moderator for all of the executive directors' reports. So again, we do not have anyone in the audience who has asked to come forward. I have nothing in writing that has been received. So we're going to go out to the moderator. AT&T moderator, could you let us know if we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding all of the executive directors' reports?
If you would like to provide public comment on all the executive directors' reports, please press 10 at this time. And we have no comments.
Thank you, moderator. All righty. Our next item on the agenda is item 17, closed session. The board will recess and go into closed session. Pending litigation, La Paloma Generating Company versus California State Board of Equalization et al., Los Angeles County Superior Court. Members will leave the boardroom and enter room 122 to convene the closed session.
So we'll a recess at 4:29. We don't have an estimated time of return, do we?
No, we do not have an estimated
We
time.
will return when we finish.
That's correct.
I think we're ready to reconvene at 4:45.
Yes, All righty, the board members met in closed session and discussed litigation matters. So we're up to the last item on the agenda for today, which is closing remarks.
Members, I would just like to close out unless anybody else has any other adjournments. And actually, Member Schaefer kind of brought it up in his opening remarks, and that is just to officially adjourn this meeting in honor and in memory of Harry Belafonte. I think.
I spoke earlier, I'd reincorporate those remarks.
Yes. And I just wanted to state, many of us thought that he was just an entertainer, which he was, but he was very activist, very much a strong activist. And he has also been known for several of his accolades on the performance side, having received an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony. After a successful entertainment career, Harry discovered what his voice could really do, and he's used this platform for change. He became a political activist during the civil rights movement. Harry not only participated in protest marches and benefit concerts, but he helped organize and raise support for them. He supported the Freedom Riders, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee financially. Arts and activists would be life and legacy. He was close friends with Dr. Martin Luther King, which we've honored here many times, and spoke at the 1963 March on Washington. Whether speaking to politicians or a pope, Belafonte was passionate about the fight for justice for all. We lost another civil rights giant, but we will always remember his accomplishments. Thank you for all he's done, and I'd like to just officially adjourn in his honor.
And I'd like everybody to go online to Tom, Dick, or Harry. We represent Tom, Dick, or Harry's, but go to Tom, Dick, or Harry Belafonte, and you'll see a cute little routine.
Thank you. We're adjourned until May, I think it's the 22nd, I believe.
23rd and 24th?
23rd and 24th? 23rd,
Yes.
24th. At 4:48.